evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of Oak Grove School District on May 14th, 2026 at 5 p.m. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda as submitted.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the agenda has been approved as submitted. The board at this time will recess to close session to discuss 2.1 Public Employee Performance Evaluation of the superintendent. Individuals wishing to address the board regarding a closed session item are asked to reference the specific agenda item in their public comment. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Have any public comment cards been submitted from individuals wishing to speak on these closed session items?
No cards have been submitted.
We will now recess to closed session and will return at approximately 6:15 p.m. Welcome. Welcome to the regular board meeting of May 14th, 2026. There are many opportunities for the public to address the board, public comment, or during a specific agenda item. If you wish to speak to the board, please complete the request to speak card at the front and provide it to the recording secretary. When it is your turn to speak, you will have 3 minutes to speak. The Brown Act governs meetings of governmental bodies in California. Your comments to the board must be specific to the agenda item you are addressing. If there is no specific item, you are welcome to present comments during public comment. Please note that you are attending a public meeting of the Board of Trustees during the public's business. This is not a public forum for public debate. 3.2, land acknowledgement. Trustee Martinez, please read the land acknowledgement.
Right. We acknowledge that Oak Grove School District and our schools occupy the unceded territory of the Milwaukee Ohlone Nation, the sovereign nation and original people of the skies, land and waters where we work and learn. The Milwaukee Ohlone people are the stewards of these lands and of the teaching and learning that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work, research, teaching, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Milwaukee Ohlone for their community and these lands.
Thank you. We'll move to the Pledge of Allegiance. I would like to now invite our student leader from Parkview Elementary School to the front of the dais to introduce himself and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hello. Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Carter Caldwell, and I am a sixth grader at Parkview Elementary, and I'm very honored to be here for everyone and lead the Pledge of Allegiance. Now that everyone stood up, if everyone's ready, start. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, Carter, nice job. Deserve a high five for that. Good job. Carter is one of my students. We have 20 students. I represent all of our schools as part of my superintendent's student advisory council that I meet with monthly, and Carter's one of the leaders there. So it's a joy. So nice job. I want to take a picture with you with the board. Thank you, and thank you to Carter's family. Thank you so much.
We'll move to 3.4, Superintendent's Report. Superintendent Chides, please provide your report.
Okay, well, thank you, President Aber, and good evening to everyone. Very exciting time of the year. I'm going to need help. How many days of school left? 16. There you go. 16. So very excited. We're almost there. Thank you to our teachers. This week is the week of the teachers. Actually, that was yesterday in California. A lot to celebrate. I'm going to save my report because I see a lot of people here that are here, not to hear me, but to hear about the awards. So let's give up the awards. We're going to start off with our Student Success Vision Awards, our 2026 Classified Employees of the Year, and also recognizing our teachers celebrating multilingualism in Oak Grove School District. And I'm going to ask our executive team to help me with the awards. We're also going to be passing out awards at the table at this end. The board, if you can please join me in front of the dais. We're going to be up there for quite a bit of time because we're going to do the Vision Awards, Employee Awards, and Multilingualism Awards. So let's go on up and let's celebrate.
Okay, good evening. Very excited to begin with our Student Success Vision Awards. The recipients of this award are students who accept responsibility that lead to personal accomplishment. They successfully and continually demonstrate self-directed learning skills. They effectively use a variety of complex reasoning strategies and are able to solve problems from multiple points of view and effectively contribute to school and society by taking responsibility for behavior and academic requirements. They volunteer for the classroom, do school-wide and community service, and or participate collaboratively. They assume constructive leadership roles in the classroom and the school. And finally, they effectively and consistently demonstrate academic excellence in all core curricular areas. So we are going to start with our adventure 7th grader, Olivia Mize. Congratulations, Olivia. From Adventure, 8th grader, Ian Lynn. From Anderson Elementary, 1st grader, Lucas Ayala. Not here? Okay. From Anderson Elementary, 6th grader, Evan Chang. Congratulations, Evan. From Baldwin Elementary, 3rd grader, Emily Reich. Great job, Emily. From Baldwin Elementary, 6th grader, Rihanna Ray. Rye. There she is. Right. All right. Great job, Rihanna. Just a note for award recipients, we will take a group photo at the end. All right, from Burnell Intermediate, 7th grader, Layla Davis. Congratulations, Layla. Also from Burnell Intermediate, 8th grader, Nasa Afe. Okay, from Christopher Elementary, 2nd grader, Eric Huerta Cabadas. Good job. Oh. Congratulations, Eric. From Christopher Elementary, 4th grader, Mario Murillo. Congratulations, Mario. And from Christopher School, 8th grader Leonardo Contreras Rodriguez. Congratulations, Leonardo. From Davis Intermediate, 7th grader Tassi Ramirez. Congratulations, Tassi. From Davis Intermediate, 8th grader Sergio Reyes. Great job, Sergio. From Del Roble, 2nd grader Maya Carrillo. Here she comes. Congratulations. Also from Del Roble Elementary, 6th grader Kenneth Carey. Okay, from Edenvale Elementary, 2nd grader Isabella Haygood. Congratulations, Isabella. Okay. Also from Edenvale, 6th grader Emma Garibay. Congratulations, Emma. Good job. From Frost Elementary, 3rd grader Ryan Lipnitsky. From Frost Elementary School, 6th grader Jacqueline Yu. From Hayes Elementary, 3rd grader Miles Wren. From Hayes Elementary, 6th grader Miles McMillan. Congratulations, Miles. From Herman Intermediate, 7th grader Fernando Silva. Congratulations, Fernando. From Herman Intermediate, 8th grader Viviana Ceja. Congratulations, Viviana. From the Indigo program, second grader Luna Listenby. Congratulations, Luna. From Indigo, fifth grader Kylie Hua. Congratulations, Kylie. From Ledesma Elementary, third grader Ritanya Krishnan. Congratulations, Ritanya. Also from Ledesma, fifth grader Adele Hoon. Right, from Oak Ridge Elementary, second grader Rosie Tran. Congratulations, Rosie. And from Oak Ridge, fifth grader Tyler Lee. Congratulations. From Parkview Elementary, second grader Hayden Nguyen. Great job, Hayden. From Parkview Elementary, fifth grader Veronica Castablanco Ramirez. Congratulations, Veronica. From Sakamoto Elementary, third grader Sawyer Kozminka. Yay, Sawyer. Congratulations, Sawyer. From Sakamoto Elementary, fourth grader Madeline Tan. From Santa Teresa Elementary, third grader Tanner Frasick. From Santa Teresa Elementary, sixth grader Kate Nguyen. Okay, there she is. From STEAM at Stipe Elementary, third grader Grayson Escalante. Also from STEAM at Stipe, sixth grader Santiago Gutierrez. From Taylor Elementary, third grader Cadence Castrillo. Congratulations, Cadence. From Taylor Elementary, fifth grader, Madison Powell. Congratulations. And from the Virtual Learning Academy, eighth grader Michelle Lopez Perales. We want to wish all of our award recipients a big congratulations. Please come on up for a group photo. Let the students come up. We'll take a group photo.
I tilted you down a little. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Families are able to come out for our students. At this time, you are welcome. We will not say anything. If you want to sneak out at this point, if you want to stay for the meeting, you are absolutely welcome. But if you have ice cream or dinner plans, go ahead and get on out of here. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. All right, and the next, we're going to go ahead and move on to our next awards that are slated for this evening. Thank you so much again to our students and parents who came on out. We are going to go ahead and move forward to our next awards, where we are honoring our classified staff of the year. Okay, our students look great today, and we're so glad to honor them, but who looks sharp? Our staff looks sharp. We're going to transition to our classified employees of the year, and it is my distinct pleasure to turn the mic over and turn the floor over to Director of Human Resources, Mark Lepori, who will be announcing our classified employees of the year.
Thank you, Associate Superintendent Bowles, Superintendent Chaidez, and Board of Trustees. Good evening. I'm Mark Lepori, Director of Human Resources. I'm grateful to be here tonight to recognize Oak Grove's Classified Employees of the Year for their dedication, professionalism, and daily commitment to our students, staff, and school communities. Classified employees provide essential supports that help our schools run safely, efficiently, and compassionately each day. Their work often happens behind the scenes, but its impact is seen in every classroom, office, campus, and student success story. We are grateful for their service and honored to celebrate these outstanding individuals tonight. I'll be calling up classified employees individually. If you're a family member, friend, or colleague, feel free to come up and take a photo. If all the award recipients can please stay in the boardroom until the names have all been called, we'll go ahead and take a group picture at the end of our recognition.
We're doing a set change. He wants you to read from us.
Sure thing. From Burnell Intermediate School, Health Clerk Erica Burnell.
Smile big, Miss Erica.
From our Business Services Division, Account Technician Carrie Newton. From Christopher Elementary, Instructional Assistant Special Education, Maria de Los Angeles Serrano. From Davis Intermediate, Secretary Taylor McIlvain. Also from Davis Intermediate, instructional assistant Monica Carrillo. From our Educational Services Division, Administrative Assistant Special Education, Dina Gitap. From Frost Elementary School Secretary, Kaylee Sastacia Moreno. From our Human Resources Division, Confidential HR Specialist, Yolanda Hernandez. From Ledesma Elementary, Custodian Joseph Silveira. From the Maintenance and Operations Department, bus driver Luann Grant. From Oak Ridge Elementary, school-age child care center leader Ada Chahal. Also from Oak Ridge Elementary, instructional assistant special education Alicia East. From Parkview Elementary, instructional assistant Rena Esch. Also from Parkview Elementary, food service worker Esperanza Solorio. From Sakamoto Elementary, school secretary Teresa Estevillo. Also from Sakamoto Elementary, school-age child care center leader Parul Damani. From Santa Teresa Elementary, school-age child care center leader Terry Galindo. And last but certainly not least, retiring at the end of this year after 28 years of service in our district, from STEAM at Stipe, Community Liaison, Paula Sagoon. And we'll have Paula stay up there and have the rest of our classified employees of the year come on back up for a group photo. We're going to do a group photo. Yep. Come on up.
Yeah, she's not. She's not. Yeah. No, no, you're good. We're not gonna have that many. We're not gonna have that many audience. Should we just call the people that are here? Isis and Sunita are here for sure.
It's easier like this.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, Chuck, we're gonna
Move you aside, Chuck.
Chuck, we're moving you over. There we go.
Moving you over for a bit. What did you do? We need coasters. You're good. You're good. We still have a good time to transition. The principals and three teachers. Sunita?
The Oak Grove one's at the end.
I was telling your mom mom the other day. I was like, Jen. You guys come on over so you're right in the front so it can be quicker. Yeah. Right here up front. Yep.
All right, and we're continuing with the celebrations. So, at Santa Clara County Office of Education Bilingual Multilingual Advocacy Recognition event held in April, Oak Grove School District was recognized for its strong commitment to linguistic equity and the continued success of our dual language programs. The district's recognition highlighted several key areas of accomplishments. And let me go ahead and call on the school. So if I say your school name, please come on up. Del Roble Elementary. Edenvale. Christopher. And Davis. Come on up. They were individually recognized for the biliteracy program participation and attainment pathway. Give them a round of applause. Woo! All right, congratulations. Now, Oak Grove received certificate acknowledging the active engagement and progress within the LTEL Long-Term English Learner Network. And here are some of those recipients. Principal Jen Coetzee. Our coordinator, Eva Marcola. Yes. Our amazing teacher at Davis, Sunita Bell. And continue with amazing teachers, Isis Hernandez, teacher at Bonnell. And two other participants that weren't able to make it today, Joanna Perez from Davis and Kenzie Major, our ELTP coach. All right, and for our district, in that recognition of your leadership and commitment to advancing multilingual learner success and your participation in the LTEL network for Oak Grove School District.
You pass those out. Patricia is going to pass these out and join the board with for a photo because due to her leadership, we participated in the LTEL network. And thank you to Dr. Mondragon Doti for championing the work for our long-term English learner success. Congratulations. Okay, thank you so much. I can take these for you. Okay, and I'll pass it back to you to report.
Well, thank you. Congratulations to everyone. We'll return to the dais. It's always important to celebrate. There's a lot of growth, a lot that we are doing to change the lives of our students. And thank you to all of our staff, our teachers, our classified staff, our principals. It takes a village collectively to work together. And President Aber, that concludes my report.
I believe we have a ceremonial, oh, no, I'm going to 3.5, a closed session report. The board met in closed session to discuss 2.1, public employee performance evaluation. There was no action taken. We'll move to 4, ceremonials. 4.1, classified school employees week. Associate Superintendent Bowles.
Thank you, President Aber, and thank you, trustees. To tie it all up with a bow, I would like to conclude all of our celebrations today with bringing forward to you a resolution in recognition of Classified School Employees Week. Schools throughout California will recognize classified employees during the fourth month in May. In the Oak Grove School District, each school site honors these valued team members through its own unique traditions, expressing gratitude for the meaningful contributions they make in the lives of students. Recognizing the work of our classified employees and the profound influence they have, often behind the scenes, and energizes our staff and reinforces the tremendous impact they make in supporting and enriching the educational experience of every child in our community. I also want to take this moment to also extend my appreciation not only for all of our classified employees in the district, but to our two labor union presidents who represent our classified employees in the district, Chuck Baylott, president of CSCA, and also Elias Velasco, president of ASME. So it is my pleasure to recommend that the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 1550-05/26, recognizing Classified School Employees Week, May 17th through the 23rd, 2026, as presented.
May I have a motion and a second?
I move that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 1550-05/26, recognizing Classified School Employees Week, May 17th through the 23rd, 2026, as presented.
Second?
Have we any public comment cards?
None.
Any board discussion? Hearing none, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Jolicoeur, Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee Salazar Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Yu,
Aye.
President Aber.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Hearing that, we'll move to 5.1 under public hearing. I will now open the public hearing on the initial bargaining proposal from Oak Grove School District to the California School Employees Association, Chapter 412. Have we any public comment cards that have been submitted?
For 5.1, none.
Okay, seeing no comments, I will close that public hearing. We will now go to 5.2. I will open the public hearing on the initial proposal from the California School Employees Association, Chapter 412, to the Oak Grove School District. Have we any public comment cards from individuals?
Yes, President Aber, we have one.
May I have Jorge Prado?
Good evening, Madam President, board members, executive team. No one should go into depth if any family member gets sick or injured. Charles B. Rangel, U.S. Representative nationwide since 1971 all the way to 2017. The reason that I'm here today is we have 2 points in two things we're asking for you to consider, executive team, HR, the board. I understand some positions of some board members that think that is not healthy, not responsible, not economically wise do things, and I understand that part. Alas, in this country, if we are not covered on health, most likely we will end in the streets. I know we went to a tough negotiations. I understand all the ups and downs. I perfectly understand all that part. But when we reach the point of talking about health and health benefits, please, 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 think on that. What will happen if you don't have that cover? What will happen if you go, or one of your beloved ones, go into that path, and suddenly you have to cover a bill, and the money is not to cover the bill, is to barely make ends meet, as they say in English. So what we might ask, what we not demand, we will ask is, please support us, because at the end, we are the ones with the kids. We get sick through the kids, not just the teachers. We all get that. And when we miss job, when we are not here because any given reason, and we still need to pay that service, is not fun, because we need to provide still our families. So that's the only reason I'm here. When that point reach, when we ask, because I know the district is planning that, those 2 points. The other one, we can argue, health. Health, without health, we're nothing. We cannot come every day. You will not be here if you're sick. So if you're not covered, or you have to pay too much for that cover because you're taking care of your beloved ones, it's a matter of concern. So just think about it when you go tonight to bed and through the process. Thank you so much. Have a beautiful night.
We no longer have any other comments. I will now close the public hearing. I will now open the public hearing on the initial bargaining proposal from the Oak Grove School District to the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. Have we any public comment cards?
No cards, President Aber.
Seeing no comments, I will now close that public hearing. We'll move to 5.4. I will now open the public hearing on the initial bargaining proposal from the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal.
President Aber.
Seeing no comment cards, I will now close that public hearing. Moving to 6.1, public comment. This is an opportunity for individuals to address the board on any school-related issue which is not part of tonight's evening's agenda. Pursuant to Board Bylaw 9323, members of the public shall not approach the dais at any time during board meeting unless invited to do so by the board or district staff. If a member of the public wishes to provide written or visual information to the board during the meeting, they shall provide the information to an executive team member who will distribute the information to the board if appropriate. Seeing we have a few public comments. First, Jorge Prado.
Thank you so much. Two things. Thank you so much again, Madam President, Madam Vice President. I want to thank, first of all, Ms. Salazar Torres. My hat is off. Thank you so much for coming for the Cinco de Mayo, not just as a board member, as a community. To me, meant todo el mundo que usted estuviera ahí, that you were here, there with our children, teaching them, being part of an important celebration that in that particular day was the 51st anniversary of it. Thank you. Thank you for being community. Thank you for being a listener. Thank you for being a board member. Truly appreciate it. Thank you to the executive team for honoring me with the Benito Juarez Humanitarian Award. Thank you. Thank you so much. Later on, we're going to talk about budget. Hey, Ms. Evans, Mr. Evans, I still like you. You know that. I told you that. So, and we're going to talk about the infamous 5,000s. That's just numbers. I know, and some people told me that it was almost set in stone, decisions in May or before about positions in the district. And I hope you can reconsider. One of the honorees tonight left our district because her position is about to be canceled as a secretary. Some people have come and tell you, be a secretary one day in the intermediate. If you want to elementary, please be my guest. I not beg, because I don't beg to anyone. I ask you humbly to think about decisions. Maybe still time to think about those positions. Secretaries in the intermediate, technological people. Artificial intelligence is taking our jobs, is taking our place. One day we're going to feel that. Therefore, we need people that can handle technology. So we need to open those things. I know it's hard. Again, I understand some positions of board members. Makes sense. Being kicked or everything, doesn't really matter. They're there and they all bear our salaries. Not just mine, every single one of us. So if we provide the service to them, we will retain them, I hope. If we gave them what they need, they're will coming back. And those positions are vital. And I'm going to extend it a little bit more because the BBP is coming. Know my timing. Thank you. But please reconsider. Thank you so much, Madam President.
I now call up Christina Chin.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for the time and care you dedicate to serving our students, staff, and community. I respectfully urge you to reconsider the decision to eliminate one of the ed tech positions. At a time when our district is expanding the use of Promethean boards, increasing digital learning expectations, and preparing for the rapid advancement in AI education, reducing ed tech support moves us in the wrong direction. Eliminating this position means the workload of 3 learning communities will be redistributed among only 2 ed techs. That is not simply a staffing adjustment. It is a significant reduction in the level of support available to teachers and students during a critical period of technological growth and transition. There is also another important concern: institutional knowledge. The ed tech with the least seniority would be reassigned back to the classroom, taking with them a decade of district-specific technology history and experience. That historical knowledge matters. It includes understanding what initiatives have succeeded, what mistakes have already been made, and what systems have failed, and what approaches best serve our district's unique needs. Without continuity, future ed tech staff may unintentionally repeat costly errors the district has already learned from. In many ways, this is similar to the Star Wars franchise, where entire roles exist solely to preserve timelines and continuity across books, films, television series, and animation. They understand that preserving institutional memory protects the integrity of the entire system. The same principle applies here. Maintaining and sustaining our district's technological history is not just valuable, it is financially responsible. Preserving this position will save the district time, money, and frustration in the long term, while continuing to support innovation in our schools. I respectfully ask the board to rescind this decision and preserve all educational technologist positions for the benefit of our students, staff, and future success. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment cards, I'll move to 6.2, employee bargaining unit comments. Do we have any reports from our bargaining units?
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent, Executive Team. We urge the board to revisit this decision in light of available data and the need for a more complete review of district expenditures. Our analysis of object codes 4,000 and 5,000 shows that meaningful and achievable reductions exist. Recommendations put forward by OGEA, particularly in software expenditures, have already resulted in 400,067,973 in confirmed savings. This proves that significant costs reductions are possible and raises the question of whether all reasonable alternatives were fully explored prior to advancing layoffs. Despite declining enrollment, Oak Grove has significantly increased the number of devices and software, and the loss of an ed tech will have a major impact. Additional expenditures identified by OGEA have been acknowledged in the Budget Advisory Committee discussions. However, no corresponding reductions have been implemented, and there has been no reconsideration of layoffs impacting ed techs, ELTPs, instructional aides, and school secretaries. These positions are essential to student learning, access, and the effective operation of school sites. We believe there is enough capacity with the current budget to preserve these positions through targeted reductions elsewhere. Significant spending in areas such as special education, contracting and transportation, consulting services, legal expenditures, and after-school programs warrants closer scrutiny. While some of these costs have been described as required or mandated, further clarity is needed regarding vendor selection, cost controls, and whether more cost-effective alternatives have been fully reconsidered. OGEA met with Associate Superintendents Bowles and Evans and shared a draft of a parcel tax MOU. We brought this MOU forward to ensure that Oak Grove remains a destination district, to keep our best educators from leaving for higher paying districts nearby. We need a guaranteed local revenue stream dedicated to the people in the classrooms. This MOU ensures that even if the state budget dips, our core programs like music, art, and science, and the staff who run them are protected by a local safety net. Voters are more likely to support a tax increase if they know exactly where the money is going. The MOU allows the district to move away from survival mode budgeting by securing a multi-year parcel tax commitment. We can plan for stable class sizes and sustainable staffing levels for 5 to 9 years, rather than reacting to a deficit every single spring. OGA Vice President Prola shared an article with you all about May's budget revision. Breaking news. In January, Governor Newsom withheld $5.6 billion because he was worried about the deficit. He has now proposed releasing those funds, which the state constitution requires under Proposition 98. His budget includes a record $2.4 billion ongoing increase, not one-time money, for special education, the largest in state history. This is vital because it frees up general fund money for races that would otherwise be spent on mandated SPED services. For months, we have been hearing we have a deficit. The May revision proves the state has a surplus. The financial crisis at the local level is a choice, not a necessity. Newsom proposed $5 billion block grant specifically for teacher training and support. This is a one-time money that can be used for stipends, professional development, or classroom supply budgets. We've been hearing that there will be a lot of combo classes next year. And I would like to cite our CBA Article 15.5. To the extent possible, the district will do its best to avoid scheduling combination classes. Site administration will communicate the necessity of a combination class. To the extent possible, teachers will not be asked to teach combo classes 2 years in a row, though they may volunteer for a combination class. Combination classes are hard to teach. Teachers have to plan 2 separate curricula, 2 sets of assessments, and 2 different pacing guides. If all the easiest or most independent students are pulled into the combo class, the remaining single grade classrooms become stacked with students who have high needs, IEPs, or behavioral struggles. This creates an inequitable distribution of workload across the grade level. A teacher might have a second grader working at a kindergarten level and a third grader working at a 5th grade level in the same room. This makes differentiation a hard day-to-day task. Managing IP accommodations for 2 different grade levels of testing and curriculum is a logistical nightmare for case managers and classroom teachers alike. I also heard that there are sites that are not uploading their behavior reports or, I forgot the name, behavior information based on student interaction. So there is a rule for Infinite Campus. If it's not an Infinite Campus, it didn't happen. If you tell a parent or an administrator that a student has been disruptive 20 times, but there are only 2 entries in Infinite Campus, legally, there were only 2 incidents. If a student's behavior escalates to the point of a manifestation determination for SPED students, or an expulsion hearing, your Infinity Campus logs are the primary evidence used to ensure due process was followed. Documenting in Infinity Campus immediately or by the end of the day ensures that the facts, what was said, what happened, and what the teacher did in response are preserved. Administrators are often hesitant to step in if they don't see a pattern of behavior. When a student arrives in a new classroom, the new teacher can see the behavior history. This allows them to implement successful strategies immediately rather than starting from zero, which improves safety for everyone. Infinite Campus allows you to log not just the bad behavior, but also your positive interventions. This shows you are proactive professional, not just someone punishing a child. On another note, OGA appreciates the better communication from principals to staff about what to expect this summer in carpet and furniture replacement and modernization. There is less anxiety this year, and teachers have started to purge items earlier, not at the end of May. Additionally, principals have let them know that they will explore storage options if it becomes necessary after modernization. We want to thank HR and the board for the recognition of May 13 as the Day of the Teacher. It feels good to have a Teacher Appreciation Week and a day of recognition. I have had the privilege of visiting 14 of our school sites to listen to our members. While I am always happy to see such dedication, I have also observed a deep sense of exhaustion. Beyond the physical safety concerns we have faced this year, there is a growing reflective call for psychological safety. Our educators find the mental demands of modern teaching increasingly difficult to maintain. As the board considers two new funding opportunities with the May revision, I urge you to invest in the well-being of our staff. Last but not least, OGEA is undergoing officer elections at the end of May. I want to share that I am running again. I want to continue advocating and fighting for our students and educators. Thank you for listening.
Seeing no other reports, I will move to our consent agenda. Superintendent Chides, please present the consent agenda.
Thank you, President Aber. At this time, it's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the consent agenda as presented.
May I have a motion and a second?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Any public comment cards?
No cards, President Aber.
Any board discussion? Okay.
We talked about the push off on the closing of escrow because of the delay in city approval. Yes. So instead of June 15th, we knew we were going to have to push it out a little bit. We have to push it out a little bit further because it won't go to city council till July. That was an amendment at a later time. In the original agreement, it was not. It was refundable, and in an amendment, we made them non-refundable. So anything that is in there is ours to keep if escrow doesn't close. Because that's continuing a practice that had already been established. So it's not a change. They're just reiterating the fact that those will remain non-refundable. Right, anything up to and anything new, right, everything prior was non-refundable based on a previous amendment. And that will continue to be the case for any further deposits until we close.
board discussion? Okay, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Joglakar. Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee Salazar Torres.
Aye.
Vice President Yu. President Neighbor. Motion carries.
Now move to 8.2, initial bargaining proposal for Oak Grove School District to the California Employees Association. Huh? Oh, did I skip? Oh, sorry. I'm not used to having this. I'll move to 8.1, English Language Arts Curriculum Adoption. Assistant and Superintendent Enna.
All right, thank you so much, President Hebert and members of the board. At this time, I invite Dr. Patricia Mondragon-Doty up to the podium. Dr. Mondragon-Doty will be sharing the process for the English Language Arts curriculum pilot and sharing the recommendation of the pilot committee. Dr. Mondragon-Doty.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, I'm very proud to present the recommendation for the new K-8 English and Spanish language arts adoption. This recommendation is the result of a rigorous multi-year process centering on a shared vision for language and literacy that serves every student in our district. No worries. I just want to thank the teachers that are here in support of this recommendation. I very much appreciate your time. Thank you, Alton. All right. And we can go to the next one. Okay, so here's a timeline. Our journey began in September of 2024. For nearly 2 years, we moved from developing a foundational vision to screening 6 potential programs and finally conducting a deep dive pilot of 2 finalists, Houghton Mifflin, Harcourt, and Savas. This deliberate pace ensured that our decision was rooted in classroom evidence and teacher expertise. So next. So why pilot now? Well, why not? Because our current ELA materials have served the district since their adoption in 2015. Since that time, California has strengthened and expanded guidance through the ELA ELD framework and the English Learner Roadmap, which research and best practices are connected to science of reading have continued to evolve. This adoption provides an important opportunity to align instruction with these updated frameworks and ensure that all our students experience consistent, high-quality literacy instruction across classrooms. The new adoption will also provide teachers with comprehensive, standards-aligned resources that reduce the need to piece together supplemental materials, software programs, allowing for great coherence, collaboration, and instructional support district-wide. This work also aligns to our LCAP goals, Goal 1, Goal 2, and Goal 3. Next. We have a 6-phase strategic process. We prepared, we studied, we piloted, and now we're here with you for the recommendation to be able to implement. This structure ensures transparency at every turn, moving from district-level visioning with our district curriculum team, which is made up of all our teachers at every site, to classroom implementation before a final vote, to a board recommendation, to hopefully a full implementation in 26-27. Next. So in 24-25 school year, the district curriculum team met 6 times. This team, representing all school sites, did a heavy lifting of reviewing state frameworks and developing our district's language and literacy vision, which served as our North Star throughout the evaluation of the curriculum options. Throughout this multi-year journey, our committee remained grounded in our district norms Every meeting began with the land acknowledgement of the Muwekma Ohlone people and a commitment to our community agreements, staying student-centered, equity-focused, and balancing courage with consideration. Next. Again, our work was grounded in the California ELD framework and the English Learner Roadmap to ensure alignment with current instructional priorities and student needs. We also followed EdCode section 60210, which allows districts to adopt off-list materials when they are standards aligned and selected through a process with significant teacher involvement. Through our thorough pilot and evaluation process, we are confident that Savas meets both the legal requirements and the instructional expectations of our district. While the state's next approved list is expected in 2027, current law provides district the flexibility to adopt high-quality, standards-aligned materials now, which our teacher-led process fully supported. Next. And I know it's a little bit small, hopefully you have it in front of you, but this is our language and literacy vision that our district curriculum team developed and created together in last year. So our vision is very clear. We cultivate students as readers and writers who think critically and express themselves confidently. We prioritize explicit instruction in foundational skills, culturally relevant texts, individualized support to ensure every student thrives. Next. Study, our evaluation process. We compiled many guiding sources, and there you have a list. So to keep it objective, we use the Instructional Materials Evaluation Tool, IMET, and the EdReports Quality Indicators. We looked for systematic phonics, high-quality writing instruction, and a platform that was user-friendly for both teachers and students. We gathered a lot of teacher feedback. Based on the current adoption that we are using, we asked our teachers, what are we missing? What is it that we need in the classrooms to be able to support all of our students? And with all of these resources, with all of this guidance, we were able to go ahead, not only create a vision, but also a criteria for our next adoption. Next. So the first thing, screening committee. This screening committee included structured English immersion teachers and dual language teachers, narrowing 6 programs down to 2 finalists based on their ability to meet our district-specific needs, such as K-8 span, meaning that we wanted a curriculum that was able to support kinder through 8th grade teachers and students. And of course, a robust Spanish language materials as well that would be able to correlate with the English curriculum, ensuring that we had consistency and alignment throughout our system. Next. And as you can see, all of these pictures have a lot of writing, have a lot of posters to be able to capture the teacher feedback. So the screening committee, the programs were prioritized based on, again, coherence, biliteracy, integrated ELD, diverse learner supports, and EdReports green ratings. Next. All right, so with all of that data, with all of that teacher feedback, we created a criteria, and that is just the topics. In each of those topics, there are subtopics. So teachers really looked at over 50 components to be able to screen different curriculum. And these are the 6 ones that we screened. CKLA, our current adoption, Study Sync, McGraw-Hill's Wonder, Benchmark Advanced Adelante, which is currently being used in our dual language program, Houghton Mifflin Harcourt, Into Reading Arriba, and Savas My View Literacy, Mi Visión Lectura. And all of those topics, foundational skills, reading and text quality, teacher usability and flexibility, technology integration, all were able to help us narrow it down to 2. Next. Who was in this committee for piloting? We had 57 committee members. This was a massive collaborative effort. And our committee included 54 classroom teachers, ELTP coaches, special education specialists, and instructional aides. We ensured that those who work most closely with our students who are the ones evaluating the curriculum because they are the ones implementing and doing the hard lift in the classroom. Next. So the pilot committee were supported throughout the process with in-person training for each of the curriculum, 6 virtual check-ins, and 2 follow-up sessions focused on troubleshooting and sharing best practices. This strong coaching and support model will continue and expand during the full implementation, pending, of course, board approval. And there we have some pictures of our curriculum training. Next. One of the reasons that SAVA stood out as a strong language arts curriculum is the alignment to multi-tiered support systems. The program provides a clearly defined tiered support system, including momentum literacy, a digital adaptive assessment and intervention suite designed to help teachers identify students and target learning gaps effectively. So SAVAS was able to really provide us with a list of specific components in each of its tiers for us to be able to really implement the curriculum and not have to look in so many places to really be able to understand what it had as a support for our students. Next. So throughout the process, we had classroom visits, teacher feedback, a lot of teacher feedback, parent surveys were sent out, student feedback as well, which was very, very nice to hear from the students. Of course, they like certain things from one and from the other. They don't know yet of the decision, but they definitely enjoyed being part of the pilot, and they know that they will be even more prepared next year for whichever one we do move forward with, because they have already lived through really being able to use the curriculum. Next. So the final decision, after so much work, after reviewing the criteria evaluation scores for each pilot and gathering all of the feedback, this past April, 94% of the committee members voted for SAVAS. And teachers highlighted its user-friendly design, strong alignment to the science of reading, and robust support for diverse learners. They also noted that the program's emphasis on writing connected to text, which strengthens students' ability to use evidence, respond to reading, and develop coherent, standards-aligned writing skills. Next. When we break it down as to the different representations within the 54 teachers that piloted the curriculum, 100% of our English-only classrooms voted for SAVAS. Our dual language teachers, which were 9 of them, 7 out of 9 voted for SAVAS. Intermediate school, we had 15 teachers, 14 of them voted for SAVAS. Now, the important thing is to also gather the feedback as to the ones that did not choose SAVAS, because that will also be helpful for us to be able to support all of our teachers, because as one teacher, I'll call her out, teacher Karen Ariado from Herman said, not a single curriculum will be 100% effective. It's what the teacher does with it and the tools that the teacher is receiving through training and professional development that will make that curriculum the best for the students. So, but we did get 94%. And the feedback from the teachers that chose the other curriculum will definitely help us even up the scale for SAVAS and ensure that those points are taken into consideration as well. We do have, next please. We do have some testimonials. I'm going to read some from some of the teachers that weren't able to make it today and share that testimonial through their feedback. Stacy Woodard, SAVAS is much more teacher-friendly, student-friendly, and provides more resources. Melissa Lee Lewis, SAVAS is easier to follow and has more engaging text. And Oli Castañeda, I love that this program had links to get to the different pages, the vocabulary cards with pictures, and the scaffolded writing with self-evaluating rubrics. And if I can have the teachers that are here for testimonials, come on up.
I think I said, Hi, my name is Isis Hernandez, and I am the ELD teacher at Burnell. Today, I would like to speak in support of adopting the Savas ELA curriculum. As an English language learner and educator, I know how important it is to have lessons that are challenging but also understandable. The Savas curriculum is accessible for multilingual learners, especially students at the ELD level 2 through 4. The lessons include supports like vocabulary development, speaking and writing practices, and opportunities to work with classmates. These supports help students participate in grade level learning while continuing to develop their English skills. Another reason this curriculum is important is because it helps us meet ELD Roadmap Principle 2, which states that our students should have access to meaningful and intellectually rich quality of instruction to help foster language proficiency. This standard requires English learners to be exposed to and taught grade level content, not lower level material, which has been done in the past. Savas gives students access to the same academic topics and literature as their English-only peers while also providing language supports to help them succeed. The curriculum does not lower expectations for multilingual learners. Instead, it gives us the tools and support we need to meet their expectations, to meet the high expectations that they need. It helps students build confidence, improve communication skills, and prepare for future academic success. I believe adopting the Savas ELA curriculum would benefit many multilingual learners like myself and other students by helping them grow in both language and academic at the same time. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, I'm Carolyn Verdugo, and I'm a resource specialist, and I really enjoyed this process of piloting this reading program. So the reason I voted for Savas is that when I was going into this process, I wanted to look for something that also would be very helpful for resource specialists as we have to support kindergarten through 6th grade students. And so I really like this program because it includes the key components we really need for intervention. So all of the resources are digital, but as we learned, we would also have some additional TE guides that would be provided for each grade level. And so the first one that really stood out for me was the Reading Routines Companion, which really goes over how to implement the different routines that we need to support the science of reading. The other one that it has is My Foundations Teacher's Guide, which gives scripted lessons and progress monitoring for phonological awareness, phonics, high-frequency words, vocabulary fluency. Very important to target those kids because, as we know, not all of our kids are going to be on grade level, so this is helpful for the resource specialist as well as for the general education teacher. And then the other one that's also included is a My Focus intervention, which focuses more on the phonics piece, but also has reading literature, reading informational text, writing, language conventions, inquiry, and research. All of these are also available to all teachers at all grade levels digitally. So if you have someone, 4th grade who's in a 3rd grade level, they can access it easily for those students. It also includes online Blackline Masters that are decodable readers. I believe up to 3rd or 4th grade, I'm not sure what grade level, but they also have readers for the classroom teachers as well. So this one really stood out for me, and I could just see it making it very easier for myself. They also have the platforms very easy to access. You can create lesson plans easily, which is great when you're supporting so many students at different grade levels. Create digital lesson plans and also have playlists so it's ready to go with teaching slides that are already pre-made. So that's why I really like this program. I think it'll be helpful for students of all abilities. Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Brenna Jewell, and I teach 5th grade at Oak Ridge. A new adoption of language arts curriculum has been something that I've been advocating for in OGA for years. So I was really excited to be a part of DCT last year and the pilot this year. And one thing that made it even better is that I got to pilot with my teammates. So it really helped us working side by side, figuring out the curriculums this year and just diving deep together. Just to echo what they've been saying, the curriculum that we've been using has been lackluster for many years, and some of the key things we're looking for in a new curriculum sound silly, and like we laughed about it in the meetings. Colorful workbooks, writing instruction, grammar, spelling, and those things are all in the SAVIS. And it was just kind of exciting to have all these things at our fingertips, and we didn't have to piecemeal things together because we have so many resources in the SAVIS ELA program. So the workbook is all in one. I know people that have used CKLA will know what I mean when I say there's no page numbers on the curriculum we've been using. So it was so nice opening up to a page and having that the students can find everything, an anchor chart, vocabulary, the stories, the reading comprehension, the writing, everything's in order. So you're not flipping through, go find page 5C, number 19, but the second number 19, like it's crazy, but these are things that we have been dealing with our current curriculum. So an all-in-one workbook, we don't have separate worksheets or notebooks or anything, everything's together. The teaching manual is all in one, and it would be really easy to give to a sub or somebody else if you needed to have them teach. There's logical scope and sequence, and the units alternate between social studies, science, and arts and humanities. So just recently in our class, we're doing an American Revolution musical, and we're learning about the American Revolution in Studies Weekly, and our unit was called Liberty, and we just read a story about the Bill of Rights. So everything was just kind of cohesive, and it felt good, and I could see the connections the kids were making because that's our unit in language arts as well as social studies too. Another thing that we got some feedback for is that some schools are really passionate about Writers Workshop, and the writing curriculum has conferences on the go ideas. So I thought that would be kind of seamless way to add it into the writing workshop. Lots of MLO resources embedded, and the units for 5th grade are 6-week units, and the last week is an inquiry and research project where they do a research project that incorporates things that they've been working on. For example, in 5th grade, we have to do an opinion speech, and that's on our report card. So the unit inquiry and research project was doing an opinion speech, and that's always a hard one for us to teach. So it felt so good like checking that off of the report card a few weeks ago. We left the pilot feeling satisfied and confident that this is going to be great for Oak Grove and our students and teachers, and it just feels good knowing that all this work we did is going to be so useful and really excel our teachers and our students, and just kind of almost take some work off of our plates too, just having these resources at our fingertips. The other thing I wanted to say is the intervention groups. There's intervention lessons in all of the units each day, and then there's also stuff for students that don't need an intervention group. In 5th grade, we find a lot of times that students are bored or they have nothing to work on because they don't need to work with a teacher, and there's ideas and things for students that need independent resources. The last thing I want to say is what's not included in our proposal is SAVIS has its own adaptive program called Success Maker, and a handful of us were able to pilot at the last second and try it out. And I really think that if the budget allows at some point, this should be something we should really consider and give it a full shot, because it's not this, I mean, it's similar to iReady where it's adaptive, but it's not the same. And I feel like students need a change, everyone needs a change. I know that iReady is not going to be a part of our program next year, but we still need something to support students that have holes or learning gaps, and that we don't have to provide and create and print out and differentiate ourselves. It's an option when parents say, what can I do at home to support? They can go on Success Maker for 20 minutes. So, and then just a couple key points about Success Maker is once they're initially placed, they never have to complete the initial placement again, which is different from iReady. And also, every single time the students log on, teachers can pull data and see where they've grown, what they're working on, and that's also different from iReady. So I'm happy to talk more about Success Maker in the future, but that's just something that I hope to see sometime in the future for our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all again. Appreciate it. Okay, next. So implementation, support, and professional development. What would it look like if this recommendation moved forward? Adopting our multi-year implementation plan includes 2 required training days, 1 optional day the teachers would be able to go ahead and sign up for a diverse type of workshop, monthly virtual check-ins, which we had throughout the pilot, which were really, really good to be able to support the work, and ongoing demand digital support. So if a teacher is not able to, be part of the training and they just need some support on one of the tools or one of the materials, they are able to just log on and have on-demand training, which are very, very short videos. And of course, ensuring sustained coaching and consistent support beyond the initial rollout would also be the part of the support would be our ELTP coaches. Administrators and our coaches will also provide ongoing site-based support, including modeling, co-planning, and targeted support with particular attention to the unique needs of our combination classrooms. I appreciated being said earlier, that is definitely a heavy lift for anybody to be able to accomplish that. So we recognize that the combination classrooms do present distinct instructional demands. Not only that, but when you're a part of a teacher that you're in a dual language program and you have a combination class, that's even more. So definitely that is part of our efforts to be able to support the teachers. So to further support the assignments, the district has provisions outlined in the OGA agreement, including class size considerations based on the lowest grade level in the combination class, $1,000 400 annual stipend, and up to 3 release days per year for planning and preparation. And we would facilitate the articulation between the different combination classroom. For example, if we have 2, 3 combination classroom, let's say at Edenvale, 1 at Christopher, and 1 at Stipe, we would be able to go ahead and help plan for those teachers that are 2, 3 combo teachers to come together in those 3 days for planning and articulation with the curriculum. Wherever possible, we also strive to avoid assigning combo classes in consecutive school years, as mentioned earlier. But together, these instructional coaching and administrative and contractual supports do ensure that teachers are well supported and delivering the high quality that they continue to give every day and equitable instruction to all of our students. So as you can hear, we have a lot of things in the works, planning to be able to really support the diverse needs of our, not only students, but of our teachers to really be able to move Savas further. And of course, Savas would also be, the platform is very seamless because we also have it as our math curriculum. So it's, again, not only user-friendly, but also grounded in the research of leading literacy scholars such as David Pearson, Sharon Vaughn, and Young Kim, who are cited in the new adoption guidance in the 2026 hot off the press guidance from the CDE. Their collective work supports the structured gradual release of responsibility model that effectively moves students from whole group instruction to small group to independent learning. And the total cost for this 6-year adoption is $3.3 million, and it's really hard to even ask to buy something because of our circumstances. But as you heard, this will really relieve the heavy lift that our teachers are continuing to do day in and day out, because it has included print materials for our teachers and students, digital licenses, where it would be able to use the print shop to be able to print additional Blackline Masters and additional resources, and is integrated to multi-tiered support systems. In the $3.3 million, the professional development for teachers is included, and also Momentum, which would replace the iReady diagnostic, and that would save us $250,000 in the 6-year span. So all of the research and the quote has really been to be able to go ahead and get the most at the least expensive cost. Implementation indicators will include teacher participation in professional development, educator feedback, and consistent use of core instructional routines. As you saw, we have the reading routines within the curriculum. And student outcomes will focus on growth on foundational literacy skills, reading fluency, momentum benchmark data, and feedback from students and families, providing a comprehensive view of the impact and the effectiveness of SAVAS. Next. Recommendation. It is recommended, it is the committee's formal recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the adoption of SAVAS My View Literacy, Mi Visión Lectura, and My Perspectives for grades K to 8, as these programs best align to our district's language and literacy vision for student success. Next. And I know I ran out of room there, but I'd like to give a huge shout out to the committee members, the screening committee, the pilot committee. Their dedication to time, classroom piloting, expertise, honest feedback were instrumental in ensuring we selected the highest quality instructional materials for Oak Grove students in our community. I also want to recognize the many individuals who supported this work over the past 2 years. This includes our site office staff, who ensured materials were accurately delivered and organized for our teachers, the teams at Davis, Burnell, Edenvale, and the district office who generally hosted our in-person meetings, and our custodial staff, whose behind-the-scenes support made it possible to prepare welcoming and functional spaces for collaboration. This was truly a collective effort, and the success of this process reflects the commitment, professionalism, and partnership of our entire system. Thank you so much. And next, any questions?
All right, thank you, Dr. Mondragon-Doty. I also want to acknowledge Director Mondragon-Doty for her efforts in leading this in-depth pilot process, collaborating with so many teachers and staff, and putting together all of the protocols and processes for deliberation and evaluation, and it has led to a very robust discussion. And also want to thank Coordinator Eva Marcoida, who is here for her efforts. They are a team, and our teachers who are here to give testimonial. I think their words speak the loudest, that this is a curriculum we feel very confident in bringing to you for approval. A couple of points of clarification. The $3.3 million price tag is all in. That does include shipping and handling, and it does include tax. It also includes the professional development plan that Dr. Mondragon-Doty explained. The professional development is also, that plan is still a little bit in the works, and she stated that there's opportunities to support combo teachers on their release days. That is, if they choose to and if they request support for that, that is something that we can offer to them. And we'll be utilizing our professional development days next year for literacy professional development. It's very important that the implementation of our literacy curriculum is strong so that the classroom instruction is also strong. So thank you so much, and I'll pass it back to you, President Hebert.
Thank you. And you actually answered my question right off the bat. Yep, it's on. May I have a motion and a second?
Motion to approve 8.1 English Language Arts Curriculum Adoption.
I'll go ahead and second.
Do we have any public comment cards?
President Eber, there's no cards.
Board discussion.
Sure, I'll start. So, can you please just clarify what the difference is between the 2.7 that was listed there on page 20 and the 3.3? Like, what is that
was
difference
the
variation?
taxes and shipping and handling.
Just taxes, shipping, and handling? Okay. Secondarily, as we go through, one of the things that so we had adopted additional curriculum in the past, specifically for Engage in New York Engage NY, I think it was called. Yeah. And at that time, there was some additional supplemental guidance for parents that they could access online so they could help their their child as they were doing their homework, if they ran into questions or things like that. Is material like that available for parents online so that if a child approaches them at the end of the day for homework help, then the parents can reference kind of more advanced material so that they can see how do I help them, how do they solve this problem, and then go tackle that kind of deal.
So currently with our math adoption, this is our second year and Savas is our curriculum, and it does have a parent platform online. So definitely that is something that we can share with you. And of course, if adopted, we would also be able to provide that information through our website so
So-
parents could have access.
There's no additional cost to that. It's
No,
available.
It's embedded within
Okay.
Savas platform.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Cool. Thank you for your efforts to improve the education for students. It's very important, especially as they get older. One question that I do have is the expense. Is it a one-time? Oh, my part left. Is it a one-time payment or is it paid in chunks over the 6 years?
They do have a payment plan, but it would be probably 2 installments, but it would be within the first year that would have to be paid. And then the rest of the years, it's already paid for and we wouldn't have to worry about that.
My second
So this,
question.
this would be a 6-year contract.
What bucket would it come from? Mark's not here.
This would be paid, go ahead.
The bucket that it would come from, the board-approved resolutions with the sale of glider and with the sale of minor. So there is funding that is restricted for the adoption of curriculum. So the sale of minor that's what paid for the math curriculum. And also we'll split the cost between the sale of minor and glider. You probably heard about the deposits earlier about glider that are non-refundable. So that's how we're going to be paying for it. So we have the money for the adoption.
Cool. My last question is, you did say that the curriculum identifies areas of improvement for students, like to identify those. I guess is there like like for example, one student struggling with retaining information and summarizing a paragraph, for example, is there like a special assignment that could be given to that student?
Yes. So within, let's say, a lesson plan, if students are struggling there within the teacher edition, it would be able to guide you and let you know what resources are available in the intervention, my focus section to be able to support the student, whether it's small group instruction or if you're able to just assign the student individually something for them to do, let's say for homework or a project.
Thanks.
Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
You all know literacy and language is my jam, so very excited about this. Again, just thank you for the presentation. Thank you for walking us through the adoption process and how the committee arrived at this recommendation. You know, as someone who leads the literacy task force work in my district, I know that this process requires significant effort, significant time, and it's, you know, an investment in a lot of effort and energy. So I appreciate the collaboration and the work that went through this. I did submit, you know, my long list of questions to both you and Janae earlier this week. So I do appreciate your very detailed responses. I do have some follow-up questions. My first one is, I noticed that you were, oh my gosh, I lost my words, that you talk about the EL roadmap and the ELA ELD framework. I am curious to know if in your discussions during the pilot committee or during the literacy visioning, I'm sorry, it's late, you guys, the visioning
worries.
process. If you guys had also talked about the California literacy roadmap, because last May they did come out with the literacy content blocks. And I just want to make sure that those 4 content blocks were in discussion, right? The language, the foundational skills, integrated reading and writing, and the comprehensive ELD.
Yes, definitely. Within Savas, when you're looking at the week-long lessons, it's actually titled Reading and Writing Roadmap. So it has all of those different components, and the expertise within the teacher group really focus on being able to support our diverse learners, but also our English language learners, newcomers, especially the students that we do see that we're not able to support to be able to move forward. So yes. And I can definitely share with you the link where it has all of the links to all of the resources, and then you can see the layout of the teacher edition.
Okay, great. I also do hear, a lot of strong teacher feedback and support that's reflected in this recommendation. I know that teacher usability and ease of implementation is very critical to a successful rollout. At the same time, I am curious about student impact. So since both HMH and Savas were piloted, I'd like to better understand what differentiated Savas in terms of impact and not just usability.
So one of the components with Savas that just off the top of my head was the writing connection. For example, when I talk about the lesson planning for the week, you see the reading pace, right? The foundational skills, all of that. And then on the bottom, there's a writing section that specifically ties to the text that the students are going to read daily. So the students are not only reading, they're writing every single day. And there are multiple assignments, multiple resources that are able to connect the student with the academic language, the different genres for writing, and all of the bricks and mortars, I'm sure you understand, that the students are able to use not only to be able to articulate, speak and listen, but to be able to read and write and comprehend. Because when we look at our data, we've done a great job with having students being able to speak and being able to listen. But of course, as an educator, you know that the hardest one is writing. And that is one of the key things that our teachers said we needed so much more of. Not only do we have those assignments, but we have exemplars, we have rubrics that now we'll be able to go ahead and have an alignment in our articulation all the way from kinder to 8th grade.
That's great. I see a lot of nodding, so I'm glad to see that. I know that writing is always like the hardest area for a teacher to instruct around. So that's great that there is a strong writing component to the program. As you started to highlight, it looks like support from the dual language teachers are somewhat lower than the other groups. Can you share more about what came up for those teachers and how are we planning to address those needs or those concerns?
Yes, definitely. So for the curriculum that is specific to the Spanish language arts curriculum, there are some components that are direct translations. And that is not the best to be able to go ahead and expose our students to unique, very authentic Spanish text. So that was one of the areas. Not to say that all of it was directly translated. The other component was that there were only certain available units that for us to be able to pilot. Savas is currently working on making sure that there are additional units. But when you're a dual language teacher, you're also not going to be using all of the units. You're not going to have time to be able to implement them. So that's why most of the teachers voted for Savas. Now, the other component that was really liked about HMH is that it had a specific LPAC practice test for the students, which Savas does not. So that's another area that for us in CIA, Curriculum Instruction Assessment, we'll then be able to see, okay, what from the CDE or what from other resources can we be able to go ahead and pull to be able to have that resource for all of our teachers. LPAC practice tests, which are available online.
I know that, boxed curriculum in general, like none of them are going to be 100% perfect, right? I do know that Savas is becoming more aligned with the science of reading, but I do hear that there are certain like balanced balanced literacy practices that they're still holding on to. So I did hear Brenna talk about intervention groups. I am curious to know, like, what instructional strategies are being used during that intervention group time?
I can definitely get a list for you, but it is aligned to the science of reading, and definitely some of the things that have just come to my mind were really supporting the students with phonics awareness, the blends, you know, definitely those components, but it is very thorough. And balanced literacy, I'm sorry, what did you call it earlier?
Balanced literacy.
Okay. Of course, there might be some components of it, but to be able to give you a really direct answer, I'll have to go ahead and share that list with you and really share with you a lesson sample.
Yeah, that's fine. The last question I had was around Savis. Is it Savis Momentum? Is that the digital assessment?
Yes.
How does that work?
So that would replace our diagnostic assessment. So basically, the students would be able to take the test initially as they start school, and that would be able to give the teachers insight as to what the students, how prepared they are for the grade level that they're starting, and then be able to understand the gaps that they have. So then, with Momentum, you're able to go ahead and see what directly connects to the curriculum of Savas to be able to support those gaps. So there's alignment between the curriculum that you're using as a teacher and also the diagnostic, which currently we don't have.
I see. Okay. I think that all sounds great. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, like what I'm looking for, and I'm hoping that you had all looked for, was a curriculum that really addressed both foundational skills and complex skills, right? And I think just listening to your presentation, hearing the feedback from the teachers, it sounds like Savas does cover both in a robust way. So I'm happy to move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and it's very much appreciated to have so much teacher buy-in and participation in this recommendation. You mentioned the momentum of being able to do a baseline assessment. How are we going to measure success over the next year after implementation? Will it be based on that baseline or the year before where we had a different curriculum? Like what goals are we going to be looking at?
We're going to definitely continue to monitor, for example, right after the first initial benchmark from Momentum. We're going to make sure to get teacher feedback as we're rolling out and implementing it, and then being able to compare the first window of this coming year to this year's first window and seeing how it aligns, right? Students are currently taking the state testing, so that will be an endpoint for this year. So being able to pull all of those data points to go ahead and see. For Savas Math, we did see a jump in our scores this past year of first year implementation, so that is definitely, and we're definitely confident that we'll be able to see not only English language arts scores going up, but our Spanish language arts as well.
And the presentation mentioned some Tier 2 and Tier 3 alignment. Can staff explain intervention supports? How quickly can we intervene when we have students that are falling behind in this program?
Very quickly, because it's embedded within the teacher's edition, and the guidance is right there in front of you. So through the training, of course, the first initial training will be of the curriculum. The second training will go more in depth with the teachers on Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports.
Fabulous. And then since the district really relied so heavily on supplemental materials under our previous curriculum, under this system, will we be reducing inconsistency between classrooms and teacher supplementation burden then?
With our teachers piloting, definitely you heard from them that this helps them not being able to be having additional small group instruction materials or any other stuff. So as we're implementing it, we are very, very sure that the teachers will see that other materials that they were used to, or maybe supplemental resources that the sites bought, will not be needed because they will see the students' growth.
Fabulous. I don't believe we have any other more questions. May I please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Joglarkar,
Aye.
Trustee Martinez,
Aye.
Trustee Salazar Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Yu,
Aye.
President Aber.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you, teachers.
We'll now move to 8.2, initial bargaining proposal from Oak Grove School District to the California Employees Association, Chapter 412. Associate Superintendent Bowles.
Thank you so much, President Aber and trustees and superintendent. So I'm going to be presenting 4 action items that are all connected, but we'll be going through all the sunshine proposals from the associations to the district and the district to the associations. So CSEA Chapter 412 is the exclusive bargaining representative of our classified district employees. And whenever they have or bargaining proposals issued from Oak Grove, it shall be presented at a public meeting at the board, and therefore shall be on public record. At the August 21st, 2025 meeting, the Board of Trustees approved a 1-year agreement with CSEA for 25-26. This agreement included a reopener for salary benefits and 2 non-economic articles for 26-27. And you'll see attached that Oak Grove School District is sunshining 2 articles to CSEA, Article 7 pay and allowances, and Article 8 health and welfare. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the initial bargaining proposal of the Oak Grove School District to the California Employees Association, Chapter 412, as presented.
May I have a motion and a second?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the initial bargaining proposal of the Oak Grove School District to the California Employees Association, Chapter 412, as presented.
Second?
Do we have any public comment cards?
President Aber, no cards.
Any board discussion? Board discussion, may I have a roll call vote?
Trustee Joglarkar,
Aye.
Trustee Martinez, Trustee Salazar Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Yu,
Aye.
President Aber.
Aye.
Motion carries.
We now move to 8.2, initial bargaining proposal from the Oak Grove School District to the California Employees Association, Chapter 412. Oh, nope, next one. Initial proposal from the CSEA to Oak Grove School District, Associate Superintendent Bowles.
Thank you so much. So this is the complementary sunshine proposal of now CSEA to Oak Grove School District. As I mentioned, for 26-27, we will reopen salary and benefits on both sides. So you see salary and benefits, Article 7 and 8 sunshine from CSE to the district. And in addition to that, 2 non-economic articles, which include Article 6, hours of work and overtime, and Article 13, transfer, promotion, and vacancies. It is recommended that the board approve the initial bargaining proposal from CSEA Chapter 412 to Oak Grove School District as presented.
May I have a motion and a second?
I move that the board approve the initial bargaining proposal from California School Employees Association, Chapter 412, to the Oak Grove School District as presented.
Have we any public comment cards?
No public comment cards, President Aber.
Any board discussion? May I have a roll call vote?
Trustee Joglarkar, Trustee Martinez,
Aye.
Trustee Salazar Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Yu,
Aye.
President Aber. Motion carries.
Move to 8.4, initial bargaining proposal from the Oak Grove School District to the American Federation of the State, County, and Municipal Employees, Council 57, Local 101, Associate Superintendent Bowles.
Thank you so much. Similarly with ASME, you may recall that the board approved at January 15th, 2026, a 1-year agreement with the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME, Council 57. The agreement, again, or similar to CSEA, included a reopener for salary benefits and 2 non-economic articles for the 26-27 school year. The sunshine proposal from the district to AFSCME only sunshines salary and benefits. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the initial bargaining proposal of the Oak Grove School District to AFSCME Council 57, Local 101, as presented.
May I have a motion and a second?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the initial bargaining proposal of the Oak Grove School District to AFSCME Council 57, Local 101 as presented.
Second.
Have we any public comment cards?
No cards, President Neighbor.
Any board discussion? May we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Joblocar, Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee Salazar Torres.
Aye.
Vice President Yu,
Aye.
President Neighbor.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Move to 8.5, initial bargaining proposal from AFSCME, Council 57, Local 101 to Oak Grove School District, Associate Superintendent Bowles.
Thank you. I'm starting to feel like an auctioneer here, but here we go. The last one of the series is the Sunshine proposal from AFSCME to the Oak Grove School District. Again, they're able to reopen for salary benefits and 2 non-economic articles for 26-27. You'll see that AFSCME is proposing to Sunshine Article 5 pay, Article 6 benefits, and Article 22 duration. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt the initial bargaining proposal of the Oak Grove School District to AFSCME Council 57, Local 101 as presented.
May I have a motion and a second?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the initial bargaining proposal from AFSCME Council 57, Local 101 to Oak Grove School District as presented.
Second.
Any public comment cards?
No cards, President Neighbor.
Any board discussion?
So AFSCME, yes, as one of the non-economic articles, AFSCME is sunshining the duration article of their contract.
So we won't be negotiating for more time. It's just the same amount of time.
Same amount of time, but what I believe in initial discussions that they may, AFSCME, their contract has run from November 1. And so I think that they would like to sunshine consideration of discussion about potentially moving that date earlier to align with the other contracts. And I see President Elias nodding, and so yes, that is our understanding of their intent behind the discussion of sunshining that article.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board discussion? No? May I have a roll call vote?
Trustee Joblocar, Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee Salazar Torres. Vice President Yu, President Neighbor. Motion carries.
We'll move to 8.6, declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 26-27 school year. Associate Superintendent Bowles.
Thank you so much, President Hebert. The Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators, or known as the DAWN, is an annual routine form submitted to the Commission of Teaching Credentialing by our district as required by statute. The DAWN form contains the estimated number of emergency and limited assignment teaching permits that could be requested during the school year. In addition, the DAWN requires verification by the district that policies for conducting diligent searches to recruit fully credentialed individuals have been implemented. Staffing a classroom with a teacher on an emergency permit who has committed to completing a teacher preparation program provides our students the best alternatives when a fully credentialed teacher is unavailable. It should be noted that the DAWN option is utilized in limited situations. So the Human Resources Department brings this as just a potential. We still will continue to recruit and look for hiring ahead of next school year, fully credentialed and fully qualified candidates. But there are situations that we want to make sure that we anticipate, and this is what we do for that safety net. For example, if a teacher leaves mid-year, or and then we don't have as many candidates out there in the pool, but we have people who are credentialed or finishing up the last of their requirements, this gives us the opportunity to apply an emergency credential for that time period. And so it is like a safety net. Or after summer hiring, we may still have vacancies in special ed positions or hard to fill positions like BCLED, where there's special credentials or authorizations that are needed. We may have to implement a contracted teacher after discussion with OGA, but that doesn't mean we won't continue to look for somebody. So mid-year, if we find somebody, we can release a contracted teacher, put somebody on an emergency permit. The approval of the board for of this DAWN would let us be able to do that. So it gives us that opportunity if needed. However, it does not replace our commitment to going out and recruiting for fully credentialed qualified teachers for these positions. So it is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt the declaration of need of fully qualified educators for the 2026-27 school year as presented.
May I have a motion and a second?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt the declaration of need of fully qualified educators for the 26-27 school year as presented.
Second.
Do we have any public comment cards?
No cards, President Aber.
Any board discussion?
I just have a question. I'm noticing that the number is 6 as far as what we're looking for. Is that, was there a reason for that?
It's
or-
just kind of, we try to anticipate and we spread out. You can see it's like spread out between single subject
Yeah.
and, I think
Spanish,
Spanish, special ed. So we just kind of, utilize that as the reoccurring number that I think it was like 2 in each kind of section or in certain sections. So we spread that out. So it's not to say that we anticipate we'll need that many, but that's what we're trying to just estimate as the worst case scenario.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further board discussion? No? Can we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Joglakar, Trustee Martinez,
Aye.
Trustee Salazar Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Yu, President Aber.
Aye.
Motion carries.
We'll move to 8.7, annual delegation of authority to the superintendent for approval of projects from May 15th, 2026 to September 10th, 2026. Associate Superintendent Evans.
Yes, good evening, Board of Trustees. This is the time of year where we're going out to bid and getting a lot of projects going, and annually, we're in that mode right around now and trying to get those bids in. Due to conflicts between the bid dates and the time they're turned in and our board agenda deadlines, delays may occur that may push off the contract. So by giving a delegation of authority to the superintendent, we can enter into those contracts and get work started. When the board is gone during the summer months, we can continue that work if an issue comes up. And then all of those contracts will be brought back to the board for formal ratification. An example is tomorrow, our bids are expected for Baldwin's modernization, and we'd like to get those processed and engage the contractor that we land on so that they can get started as soon as school is out and not have to wait until later in June when the board meets. We also have bids coming in for Ledesma and the work there next week. So this allows us to maintain the momentum and then bring the contract back to you at the next board meeting.
May I have a motion and a second?
I move to approve 8.7, annual delegation of authority to superintendent for approval for these projects as written.
Second.
Do we have any public comment cards?
No cards, President Aber.
Any board discussion? No? May we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Joglakar, Trustee Martinez,
Aye.
Trustee Salazar Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Yu,
Aye.
President Aber.
Aye.
Motion carries.
We'll move to 8.8, expanded learning opportunities program, furniture and equipment upgrades. Associate Superintendent Enna.
Yes, the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program is one of our after-school programs that was started by the governor, and we were allocated originally a little over $5 million for the 24-25 fiscal year, and due to other districts that chose not to engage, additional funds were reallocated, so we have excess funds that we would like to use rather than send back to Sacramento. We cannot use them for bond projects and capital improvements, but we can use them for furniture, materials, and supplies for the program. So we'd like to bring some of our ELOP spaces up to similar standards as our classroom by buying furniture, by having Chromebooks available in case students are there without a Chromebook, by providing outdoor tables for eating and even cafeteria tables inside. These will be funded through the ELOP dollars. They'll be used throughout the day, but there'll be ways we can improve our campuses and our ELOP program. So the total fiscal impact is $1.7 million. These are restricted ELOP funds that'll be used to purchase these items to enhance that program. So that's the recommendation, to engage and improve our facilities with these ELOP funds. Are there any questions?
Yes. Do each of the school sites have like their own ELOP classrooms?
Yes, there's ELOP Spaces, or ACES is their sister program. So ACES tends to function at the middle school, intermediate campuses, and ELOP is specifically TK to 6.
Okay, so they're not, so like the classroom teachers don't have to like share their space.
No,
after
we
school.
try to avoid that at all times. And we have enough vacant rooms, particularly the bungalows where many of those are held.
Okay, thank you.
And then they do use cafeteria spaces and other common areas.
Further discussion? May I have a motion and a second?
I'll motion to approve 8.8 expanded learning opportunity program, furniture and equipment upgrades.
I'll second that. Do we have any public comment cards?
No cards, President April.
May I please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Juglacar,
Aye.
Trustee Martinez,
Aye.
Trustee Salazar Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Yu, President Aber.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'll move to information items. 9.1 LCAP, Educational Partners Input Process 2026, Assistant Superintendent Anna. Okay.
All right. Thank you, President Hebert and members of the board. Tonight, I will be presenting information around the results of the survey from our educational partners related to our local control accountability plan. I'll also be sharing results of other input gathering and how that impacts our the writing and development of our LCAP for the following year. Next slide. So the LCAP is a cyclical process. We are here in the review and analysis of data to inform the priorities and the next steps in April through June. We do our goal analysis. We take educational partner input and goals and priorities for next year to update the LCAP. We're in our currently in the second year of a 3-year LCAP, preparing for year 3 of a 3-year LCAP. Next slide. In addition to the Educational Partners Survey, we have many ways that we gather feedback from the community, including conversations. So when we have our district parent groups, Job Alike or Infinity groups or committees, and even site visits, we open up spaces where we can engage in conversations around our LCAP goals and get curious with our educational partners about what they deem as the priorities, where they feel like there are gaps, and how we can improve in our LCAP goals. Next slide. So we have some photos here from the Superintendent's Advisory Council, from the DAC and Home and School Club, ABLA, and the Village parent groups here in the district office boardroom. Next slide. But our primary feedback tool is the LCAP survey, which was open from January 20th, the start of parent conferences, through February 27th, which was after February break. We had a total of 3,248 responses. That was down 8% from the previous year. However, we did see an increase in responses from staff and from administrators and community members. Next slide. Broken down by race and ethnicity is here. The results are here. So similar to our previous years, we had 12% white, 20% Asian, 19% Latino. We had 9% who declined to answer, 15% 2 or more races, and then 3% of both Filipino, Black, or African American, less than 1% Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander, 3%. That total does not add up to 100%. There were 15% of participants who responded that they do not have children in the district. Next slide. Okay, the results for each of our goals. The question was asking our educational partners, do they feel that OGSD prepares students to be proficient in Common Core state standards? So they were asking, how do you feel about each of these LCAP goals in terms of how we're doing, and 74.4% of respondents agree or strongly agree. And the purple is 18.4%. They would like to know more about the goal. So that's good data for us to understand that communicating what our goals are is important. For goal 2, next slide. Goal 2, OGSD effectively supports the students of high needs students, including students acquiring English as a second language, unhoused students, foster youth, and various student groups, and 73.3% of respondents agree or strongly agree that we are successful in goal 2. 19% would like to know more about the goal. This was about 1% higher than last year's response. Goal 3. For inclusive environments for students with disabilities, 69.8% of respondents agree or strongly agree, and 21.4% would like to know more about the goal. Next slide. Goal 4, actively engage parents and community members. 78.2% of respondents agree or strongly agree, and 12% would like to know more about the goal. Goal 5, we broke into two parts about safety. So this first part is students feeling physically safe at school. 77.7% of respondents agree that students are physically safe at school, and 7.7 would like to know more about the goal. Next slide. And the next part of it is students feeling emotionally safe at school. 69.4% of respondents agree or strongly agree, and 10.9 would like to know more about the goal. Then we ask our ed partners, of the 5 district goals, which do you feel should be the top priority for 26-27? And similar to last year, 46% of respondents felt that goal 5 should be the top priority. OGSD provides safe, engaging, and creative learning environments. The second highest priority was goal 1, OGSD preparing students to be proficient in Common Core standards. And that came in as 28.2% of respondents felt that that was the top priority. That particular goal 1 was a 5% increase from the previous year. Another point to note is that engaging parents and community members, goal 4, that's the green one, that was at 9, down, it was 4.9% lower than the previous year. So that's kind of where that 5% came from. And now we'll get into an analysis of the student comments. There are opportunities for all of our ed partners to comment on various, in a couple of different areas. And we do read the comments and look for trends. We also use a little bit of AI to help us in synthesizing, but it is important for our team to have our eyes on and to see what students and families are saying, employees, everybody is saying. And so the questions are, what do you love most about your school community? What's working for you and your family at school? And then are there any programs or services that you highly value or that you would like to see continue? There's a couple of quotes in here, might be hard to read, but some of the top comments here are that students really appreciate their friends and their social connections, and that they have supportive teachers and staff. One student said, as a student, I love the staff because they make students feel safe and welcome. Another student said, I love that in my school community, we have STEAM, STEM, and movie nights. So they really value those community events, opportunities to be together in person. They love their arts programming, their after-school programs. They love their free meals, although they want to see better lunches and better breakfasts. They do like the availability. They like the after-school sports and PE coaches and wellness centers. One student said the wellness center needs to be continued because it keeps kids calm and cool. Next slide. Analysis of parents, parent and staff comments kind of put together. The same questions. Many responses mention the necessity of programs for working families, such as one stating that after school programs are very helpful with parents that work full time. In the larger context of the survey, the different groups often value the same programs, but for different reasons. So while a student might value after school programs for the fun, engaging projects and activities that they do, a parent values it for providing childcare. Next slide. An analysis of the comments to the question, how can Oak Grove get parents and families more involved in our district? We noted that improved multimodal communication was important to families using not just online communication, but physical flyers, giving ample advance notice, text messaging, so that multimodality is important to them, having flexible scheduling and practical support, offering meetings and events at varied times, offering hybrid solutions, having engaging student-centered events. They love their events, the cultural celebrations, the art shows, where their children are showcased and highlighted, but also movie nights and dances. Meaningful involvement in decision-making. They appreciate that we seek input from them, and building genuine face-to-face relationships with families is important. They also look for us to reduce barriers to participation, such as streamlining volunteer requirements, fingerprinting and TB testing, and diversifying volunteer opportunities. And they do appreciate key support staff that they look to for us to maintain the staff members that serve a bridge between the school and the families. Next slide. I'd like to just highlight that we visited, the educational services team visited 3 of our elementary schools that on last year's survey had the lowest participation rates. So we wanted to go out to the schools, talk to parents, and at high volume times like drop off. We also coupled them with events that were already happening at the school. So we visited Parkview Elementary School on the day of their Lunar New Year celebration. We visited Stipe Elementary School on the day of their Lunar New Year celebration. And we visited Edenvale on the day of a recorder concert, but also at drop-off. So we were able to chat with families face-to-face, and we have not just our team, but we also have bilingual community liaisons and some of the school staff who volunteered to help us out. So to start off, next slide, at Edenvale, we asked, what is helpful this year? What is working? How can we make your school more open and welcoming? And what should we keep in mind for next year? The biggest highlight is the after-school program. It's the most celebrated aspect that we heard from parents. It's viewed as an essential and highly effective resource for the community. The area of need is an improvement in communication accessibility. Again, the need for non-digital options, sometimes like flyers, putting the calendar up on the refrigerator so it's visible every day. Some helping non-tech savvy parents learn about the apps for Parent Square, etc. So that was those are the highlights from Edenvale. Really nice to engage and talk to the families there. Next slide. At the STEAM at Stipe celebration, we're able to talk to a lot of families, and the biggest highlight, they appreciated the dedication of the teachers and the STEAM Makerspace programs, with parents noting that students love their classes and feel content coming to school every day. One of the biggest areas of need was the parking and traffic, logistical improvements, and just learning, multiple notifications about school events that are happening. They want to be more in the know. So we learned that. And then from Parkview on the next slide, The quality and dedication, again, of the teachers and staff is the most significant strength, with parents consistently naming individuals who've made a positive impact in their children's lives. They're talking about this teacher or that person on campus. Great to hear. And then they share concerns about, wanting to see facilities upgrades. They're coming to Parkview, more parent education classes, and just concerns around, increasing supervision. So we really enjoyed our conversations at those 3 schools and getting the data from them to just also emphasize the things that are said in the survey. So how will all of this data inform our LCAP development? Some of the actions, these are kind of the top 10 actions. We are maintaining our commitment to providing VAPA across the grade levels and offering after-school programs at all the sites, exploring additional before-school opportunities, continuing the free breakfast and lunch, and then providing a braided model of counseling services, mental health interns, social worker interns, so that all school sites have mental health support. We'll continue using culturally relevant curriculum and instruction resources that promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. Continued support for after-school and summer intervention opportunities, using various communication platforms, Parent Square, social media, our district website, and then also in-person opportunities, and looking for opportunities for efficient print materials. And then training staff on core literacy, core curriculum. We'll have a literacy focus for next year, but also behavior support. Promoting district community events, awards, and recognition. So continuing all of our events and just looking for more ways that we can notify parents and get them engaged and highlight, bring students in. And then, of course, continuing the support of our technology use through our one-to-one devices and our digital instructional tools. So our next steps, well, first off, and that's the next slide, thank you. We have shared the results. We were able to disaggregate them or filter them by site. So the site principals have the survey results for each of their schools. What really worked about this was the timeline. We aligned the survey opening with parent conferences. So in the elementary schools, teachers could share a QR code, point parents in the direction of the parent conferences. And also there were a lot of school events in January and February. There were multiple channels of communication to inform people about the LCAP survey, and also in-person events. But we know that there will be some things that we'll do differently next year. This was our first year without a public information officer, so we had some learning hurdles to work out for next year. One of those is to provide a separate simplified survey for students. All of the participants took the same survey and just answered it based on their particular role, but we do want to separate a survey for students and word it differently so that it's more accessible. And then also have separate, so we had one QR code and one link, and when you went into it, then there were links to other languages, but we found that it would be easier for families to just have their own link in the language that they prefer, in Spanish or possibly Vietnamese, and English, having separate QR codes, separate links for the survey. Align the in-person feedback sessions. The questions that we asked weren't necessarily the questions on the survey, so just giving parents an opportunity to kind of like answer the survey while we're talking to them. And we'll update the questions and then provide more paper copies of the survey flyer to the school, so those can go home. And so we're looking forward to making improvements, getting more feedback for next year. Next year will be an important year because we'll be building a new 3-year LCAP. And so on the next slide, for our LCAP process, our Educational Services Department and the Business Services Department are collaborating to develop the plan, align the fiscal resources, and all of our stakeholder feedback. And then when we come back together on June 18th, we'll be presenting the draft of the LCAP for year 3. After the draft and the public hearing, then the following week, we bring it back for approval and adoption by the board. Thank you.
Do we have any board questions?
I do have one. For goal 5, where we're asking if students feel emotionally and physically safe, you don't have to give me the numbers now if you don't know it, but I would like to know what that data would look like if it for just the student responses.
Yeah.
It is a little concerning that like about 20% of students, or that 20% of the respondents said that students don't feel emotionally safe, but I want to know, like, just based on student responses, if that number is actually a little bit higher.
Yeah, and we actually have a student connectedness and belonging survey that's separate from this that we give twice a year and recently gave out. And the average for all of our 3rd through 8th grade students, same demographic. This is the LCAP survey is 3rd grade and up. That survey is 3rd grade and up. And they specifically to feeling safe at school, the average was 91%. So a little bit different than this, but it's more targeted towards connectedness and belonging and how they feel. It's taken at a separate time, but I can disaggregate this particular survey data and send that to you for emotionally and physically safe. Yeah.
Is there a data also from last year to this year in regards to what changes, how the numbers fluctuated or changed on, because these were the same questions that were asked last year, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'll get that to you. I have it here in front of me. It was about a 2% change for each of them, but I can share with you kind of line by line each one of them, unless you had a specific one you wanted me to report on right now.
And that just off
Okay,
the
all
top
of 'em.
on the 2%, would that be more, less? Are they feeling more connected? Are they feeling less
on those
connected
ones? Yes,
compared
so
to last year?
those ones, for physically safe, it was, okay, so 80.2% last year, 77.7% this year, so a little over 2%. And then for emotionally safe, 72% last year versus 69.4%, so about 2.5%. Lower.
Lower.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Okay.
better.
Yes. No, last year was higher.
Higher.
Then
Oh,
this year was lower
Okay.
by 2.5%.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what do we do with that data as far as if someone, if it's increasing or decreasing, what do we do as a district to create spaces or things that would enhance their, again, we're seeing the data here. They want, there should be more cultural things or, and we're seeing more parental involvement. It seems like more people signed up to answer some of the questions and be involved in the things that they want to see. But what other things are we doing?
Yeah, safety is a top priority for us as a district, and we heard it from our families and our educational partners and our students that is their top priority. 46% of the respondents stated that. So that informs our actions in our LCAP. When it comes to goal 5, those mental health supports that they're in there, we're keeping those actions. We're looking at all of our ways that we're providing PBIS, training, actions at the school sites, making sure that our LCAP reflects this data and that we're strengthening in those areas of physical and emotional safety. And goal 5, we'll see that in the LCAP, the actions that we're keeping and that we're planning to strengthen.
And I'm sorry. As far as based on the 18 schools that we have, are we looking at the surveys going out to all students? It looked like 3rd through 6th grade or 3rd?
Yes, so all 3rd through 6th grade, and we on their Chromebooks, they have a little bookmark, you know, on the bookmark bar, they have this drop
Mhm.
down for Oak Grove. So we put it on the bookmark so they don't
Mhm.
have to
Look for
click,
it.
you know, find a code or
Mhm.
whatever, find the link, they click on the bookmark. So it's there for the whole duration.
Mhm.
Not all of our students took the LCAP survey, so that's something else for next year that we want to make sure that teachers have it in their schedules, build, you know, there's time for them to take it because we want to provide equity for students to have a voice.
Okay. And we don't have the survey for junior high? Or
Yes.
for
Oh,
or the-
yes, it's third
okay.
through eighth grade.
3rd through 8th grade.
Yes.
Okay, I understood 3rd through 6th.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So no,
Yes,
that
3rd
was
through
me.
8th.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Do we have any public comment cards on this?
No cards, President Neighbor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now move to 9.2, District Purchase Digital Platforms Overview.
Okay. One second here. All right. Thank you again. Just cruise right on. All right. So at this time tonight, I wanted to share with the board a little bit about what are the digital platforms that our school district purchases and utilizes to operate and provide instruction to students. Next slide. So the, you know, as a school district, like any modern organization, we operate across dozens of interconnected functions. Online technology is the operational backbone of many of our functions. It makes our, you know, modern education delivery possible. In Oak Grove, we have many layers of our system that function on digital platforms. And so tonight I'll review with you the district purchase digital platforms. There are many site-based that are utilized that might be free or purchased by the sites. We're going to focus on what's purchased by the district and cover usage and cost. And there is in the board backup attached to the agenda, there's a spreadsheet of all of the items organized by those who support our organizational function. Those are at the top. In the middle in green are all of the tools that support instruction. And then the ones on the bottom in pink are the ones that we're not renewing for next year specifically. So it could be either one of those. But I'm going to cover some of the highlights. So we're not going to go over every single one of those. Please feel free to ask questions on them. If you have any, I'll talk just a little bit about the highlights, and I'll be inviting Associate Superintendent Evans in to support some of the discussion as well. Next slide. So again, we are going to be talking about organizational function as a broad category, and then as well as curriculum and instructional delivery. And so all of the tools, you know, adopting technology really does require rigorous evaluation processes to maximize efficiency and to ensure that we are providing safe, reliable outcomes for the users, for the students, their privacy, for all of the users in our system. And every vendor that Oak Grove brings in becomes a partner with us. And so we do take that partnership seriously. We want our partnership to achieve our mission, which is to ensure that every child's potential is achieved. So considerations for adopting a tool or you know, purchasing a tool may include or do include cost, usage, and purpose. We think about what problem does this solve? That's not just a solution looking for a problem, but that it is actually solving a problem and increasing efficiency. We compare cost to competitors and or the cost of not using, wow, that was really loud. Slow my voice down a little bit. Not the cost of not using the tool, you know, the human cost of maybe paper processes or manual processes. We look at usability and we get feedback from whether it's, you know, piloting a program, peer references. We reach out sometimes to other similar districts who are utilizing the same program so that we can learn from them and find out if they're similar to us. You know, are there any pitfalls? Is this really a viable solution for us? We look at, the meaningful usage. How often is it used? Who's using it, and why? And then does it meet? And we wouldn't even purchase it or use it if it wasn't compliant. But does it meet our data privacy law requirements? Next slide. All right, so I'll pass it over to Associate Superintendent Evans to highlight some of the most common and widely used tools for organizational function.
Yeah, a lot of our programs are very much in supporting the operation of the district, particularly when it comes to budget or systems for repairs and fixing things. Analytic is a program we use. It interfaces with our county program, works closely with the business department and the HR department to manage position control and our budgets. It helps interface with the county program, which is a very DOS-based program and not very user-friendly. So it pulls that data out and helps us make reports and show the distribution of funds and the positioning of people and where they are, their FTE and all of that. QSS is the actual system from the county. So we pay the county $215,000 a year for that business data system, but it oversees our payroll. It processes all of our checks for reimbursements for employees or payments to vendors and all. So that's kind of a required operating system for us. Informed K-12 is just forms and workflow. This is one of those items we can put in a purchase order change. We can put in a PAF or a PRF, a personnel action form, PPF. We also do PPF through this, correct, for extra students in classrooms. And while there is a fee for this, it also keeps us from having to print copies of it and run it through manually and have staff pass it through the mail system and all. So there's some efficiencies in it as well. Akita Box is a program that is our facilities work order system. So when there's some issue that comes up at a site or across the district, the school secretary or whoever can enter that data so that our maintenance department knows what is an issue. And TransTrack is a similar program for transportation. That functions less about repairs and more about routing and getting students to places where they need to be from either home or their school. And then Frontline is a lot of our HR support. It's the employee absence, the sub-management program, and all as well. So those are some of the kind of just operational programs that we use on a day-to-day basis. And then the next slide kind of goes into things that start to overlap. They're organizational and all, but they're also related to instruction. Infinite Campus is a very good example of that. That's our student data information system. That's a very critical element for Ed Services to use because we know which students are free and reduced, which students are EL students, which students are special ed, but it also tracks our attendance. It's really important for our funding models and things like that. QSS, again, mentioned there. Some of these are safety mechanisms like Proofpoint email protection. That's a 3-year contract, so that's why it seems a little elevated. It's a little over $30,000 a year. But the Google account management, the Incident IQ is kind of like the Akita Box for IT. It's basically where people can put in their requests for repairs on their Chromebooks or their printers or other tech items. So again, these are operational, but they are interfacing with our students and our instructional staff as well. I think the others start kind of going more into your domain, Parent Square and all, but.
Okay, so in terms of communication and some compliance examples, we utilize Parent Square for all of our home communication. We are considered a star user with Parent Square. Our teachers deliver posts on a regular basis, and the cost for that is for this year, $55,472. Final Site is our website host software, and so that's the back end of the website to allow us to communicate via that platform. We also have our data management system, which is in Analytics and Insights is the product. It's the vendor is PowerSchool, so sometimes we call it PowerSchool, but that's confusing because PowerSchool is a student information system that we don't use, but we use this product, and it houses kind of all of the data from Infinite Campus and our assessments and 504 plans and SSTs. It's all in one place. Very useful tool. People log into it on a regular basis. The cost there is a little off because we were not aligned with the fiscal year, so we paid for when it was due in February. We paid for March. We paid for an additional 4 months so that we can get back on track with July to June calendar. And then board docs is we use this year. We'll be moving away from that to Gamut for next year, but that is another kind of communication and compliance example of something we do have to pay for. In terms of, next slide, in terms of the instructional supports, some examples here are, and I'll have to tell you, I did not put on the spreadsheet our core curriculum, because our core curriculum, all of it comes with digital components and all of it comes with print components, and they're sort of wrapped all together. So it's not a specific digital platform. These are the supplemental digital platforms that we're using. So we kind of left core curriculum off of that just because it's all built together. The Art of Education is a VAPA curriculum that our VAPA teachers use. So you can see that's about $3,000 annually. We also have Benchmark Rigor for our intermediate school ELD teachers, which is $30,000. Edmentum is our VLA curriculum, and that online platform where students turn in their assignments and communicate with their teacher. Rocket Lit is intermediate school. It's science. It's a science supplement for our intermediate schools, and we did agree to purchase this in addition to the TWIG curriculum when we adopted, because the middle schools felt like they didn't have the readers that came with the science curriculum for science, and so this was the solution to providing extra reading materials, literature that went along with the science standards. We also have curriculum for special education programs, such as the STAR Autism Program curriculum, and we have newcomer curriculum for newcomers in our middle schools specifically. Inside the USA is a National Geographic resource, about $5,000. Next slide. Additional instructional supports to support our assessment and accountability. Some examples are the Amira Reading Difficulty Screener. That is a requirement that we provide universal screening for reading difficulties in K through 2. And we get some funding from the state for that, but we also have to supplement it. It doesn't cover the full amount of about $65,000. Elevation is our English learner data, dashboard, but it's also a workflow tool for English EL reclassification. When students meet the criteria, it identifies who meets the criteria, and there's a whole paper process that teachers have to fill out and sign, and parents and principals. So it's that workflow tool. NCS Pearson is the vendor, but all of our these special education assessments come from NCS Pearson, and to about $28,000. The iReady reading and math diagnostics and personalized instruction for this year, the total cost of iReady was about $350,000. So next slide. Each year, our ESD team, along with IT, business services, we review the needs of the district, and we consider budget restraints, we consider usage, we consider alternatives, and more to determine if renewal is appropriate. And in the case of some of our online tools, including these here, we've been able to reduce costs. It's important to note also that usually our vendors increase their cost. We're renewing. There is a typical 5% increase each year due to overhead. It's not usually the same annually, but sometimes it is, or that we can expect an increase. So we've got Able Space. This was a special education IP tool that we funded out of the Educator Effectiveness Funds to support special education case managers with IEP writing. It wasn't utilized by everyone. It was underutilized, and also because it was funded out of funds that are sunsetting. We're not moving forward with Able Space. We have Benchmark Advance, which is an online edition for the Spanish curriculum. It's the digital platform for the Spanish curriculum. And because we just adopted a new literacy curriculum that has the Spanish component and the digital platforms there, we no longer need that. Newsela, we were purchasing. So Newsela is like a leveled reading with relevant recent news articles. It's kind of current events. And they have different collections. History and social science was one of them. And we purchased history and social science for our middle school so the teachers could access supplemental materials so that they could use their ethnic studies training, their ethnic studies lens to provide relevant materials in history and social science. Also, somewhat underutilized, and school sites can purchase that on their own if they want to commit to it. Some school sites have purchased Newsela collections for language arts or history social science, and so they may be continuing to purchase on their own. Rosetta Stone was a newcomer language tool that we're looking for something else to replace that, but for now we're reducing that by $20,000. Heggerty is My Heggerty is a phonological awareness supplement. They're really short mini lessons that teachers deliver to help students understand phonological awareness in grades K through 2, TK through 2, I should say. And it is like a script in a book, but there was online videos for the curriculum that we had purchased licenses for the teachers out of Learning Recovery block grant funds. We reduced the amount of licenses over the last couple of years, and this year was the last year that we were going to provide those licenses. They still have access to the curriculum, it's just not the online version. And then the other reduction, the big one, is iReady. So was already determined that the personalized instruction would be reduced due to the fiscal stabilization plan. But now the diagnostics, which were going to cost about $115,000 just as a standalone, we are going to fund that through momentum assessments with our curriculum and have that all in one place. So that relieves us of that $350,000. Next slide. The total for all of the reductions to the district purchase digital platforms, as outlined in the board backup, these ones here, but also everything on the spreadsheet. It also, through this LCAP goal analysis process, through the fiscal stabilization plan, implementation, planned non-renewals, some of it's due to multi-year funding. We're decreasing next year's spending by $698,556. So those are some highlights of our digital platforms, and I welcome any questions from the board.
Yes. I'm just curious for elevation and analytics and insights. Can analytics and insights not do what elevation does?
It doesn't have the workflow for the English learner reclassification. It doesn't have that piece. It could help us to identify who would be reclassified. And there's possibly new legislation. I don't know if you're aware, but if they pass the legislation, AB 2555, that will be, the state will be automatically reclassifying students. And so that would eliminate that need in the future.
Okay, and then for benchmark rigor, I see that's for intermediate ELD. So when we adopt SAVIS next year, is that program still going to be needed at the intermediate level?
We plan to keep benchmark rigor for next year to ensure that we have that the newcomers we have the right tools for them and explore what the SAVIS curriculum does provide. There's interwoven in the curriculum is strategies for multilingual learners at different levels. This is very specific to students learning basic English.
I see. Okay, so this one is designed specifically for newcomers.
Yes.
I see. And then I'm just out of curiosity for our VLA program. How many students are in virtual learning right now?
We have 22.
Okay, 22.
Yep.
Gonna think about that a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question. On the total, you said 698,556. Is that those from the previous slide? Is that the total of those red numbers, or is there other numbers that are not included?
The numbers are all part of the spreadsheet on the attachment to the agenda item. So there's if you go to the spreadsheet, all of the items that are in pink at towards the bottom third, that, and also in some of there are
Just, let's take a pause. The spreadsheet, it was named the same as the presentation. So we uploaded the spreadsheet so that it's not named the same as the presentation. So if you refresh, you will see the spreadsheet. Now, the spreadsheet is actually the one that's very easy to read for the public or for anyone. It lists out the 53 different software programs by name, department, site, the usage, grade level, purpose, the term, current costs, anticipated costs for next year, and the funding source. So it's a very nice spreadsheet. So thank you, Assistant Superintendent, for putting that together.
It's attached. You have to refresh.
So the spreadsheet has everything that we have.
all of our district purchase platforms that are
purchases.
yes. That
Okay,
are
and then I see
by
the
district level.
zero and what you've
Anything
taken
that
off.
has a current cost for this year or a zero or a reduced cost for next year. So
Mhm.
those two columns were added up and then
Okay.
that's the difference, right?
So
Yeah.
looks like that. So they're just different.
I wasn't there before.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, I apologize for that.
Can you remind us what the color coding is?
Yes, the orange at the top, those are the organizational function, IT, business, communication. The green is curriculum, and the pink is non-renewals. And oh, there was a legend at the bottom. Sorry, I don't know what happened to it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
I will now move to 9.3, Budget Advisory Committee Update, Associate Superintendent Evans.
Good evening, board members. I wanted to kind of give you an update on our Budget Advisory Committee and the recommendations. We met on April 22nd. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Our agenda was going over the table talk comments that we didn't get a chance to address on March 11th. So we took some time in going over the comments. We also went over a feedback form And then we also kind of went through some of the similar things that Assistant Superintendent Enna just presented about some of the current license reductions and expenditures. What I want to focus on tonight are the recommendations because we kind of looked at particularly the 5,000s to present some recommendations and see where the committee wanted to go with the 4,000s and 5,000s, as well as where the committee wanted to go in the future. Now, our 4,000s generally are just a few $1,000,000 a year, so our focus was actually the 5,000s. The 5,000s are $28 million a year, so it was a much more substantial part of our budget. Next year, you'll see the 4,000s take a spike because we're adopting a curriculum, and that will fall under the 4,000s, the new SOFIS curriculum. But as a general, our 4,000s tend to run in the 3 million, so we really focused on the 5,000s when we discussed this as the Budget Advisory Committee. On the next slide, it kind of shows what the questions were that we were, you can go to there, I can jump to there. This was the worksheet that I gave each of the groups, and they broke into tables. We had 4 groups. It was a nice spread of parents and principals and teachers and classified staff. And the questions were, do we want to make recommendations for specific line item reductions, percentage-based reductions, and what should the guidelines be that we would recommend for any reductions? So to guide people in making those decisions, right? The next slide was, yes, line item reductions are important. And these comments came from all factions. There should be some specific line items, things that could be completely eliminated. They weren't specific as to a particular line item, but there were definitely beliefs that there were some things that we didn't need to do anymore and we could completely cut out. But part of the conversation, and this came up again and again, is that the decision should be made at the site or department level, so that those reductions should be decided by the people who are using the software, the service, whatever it is, and have the most autonomy over their budget to make the reductions. So we had one representative who runs the warehouse, and his thoughts were, I'd be glad to make reductions, and there are some things I could completely eliminate, but I'd rather be given an amount to reduce, and then I'll take 100% of something and maybe nothing from some other line. So that kind of brought us to the second item, which was percentage-based reductions, which is the next slide. And this was really the core of the recommendation from the Budget Advisory Committee. Their primary recommendation was to kind of set a goal for departments and sites to do a percentage reduction in their 5,000 expenditures where possible. So, and again, school sites, the principals were saying there are things that I want to keep and I don't want to reduce, but there might be other things I can completely eliminate. So I'd like it to take my total budget and see it go down by a specific percentage. And that was true for departments there as well. So that was the predominant view, and really kind of looking at what's essential, what's not essential, prioritizing the dollars that you're spending. The committee didn't come up with a very specific, like, everybody must reduce by this amount. The conversation didn't get to that level, but I heard numbers from 3% to 10%. My suggestion would be that this would be maybe a multi-year goal. You've seen just on the conversation we had regarding license agreements, between all of those reductions. President Velasquez talked about the 479,000, the 699,000 kind of had that iReady reduction, which was part of our fiscal stabilization plan. So of the 28 million, you've got a few percent right there. So probably you'll have maybe those and some additional percentages for 26, 27, and maybe looking to have another round of percentage reductions in 27, 28. So it might be a multi-year process to reduce those 5,000 expenditures, okay? Because they have increased a great deal over the last several years. To that point, one of the major increases in the 5,000s we talked about earlier, that's the ELOP funds, because those are vendors who provide those services after school. Those are categorical funds that are restricted. Of that $5 million we get to run the ELOP program, the vast majority of it is spent on our Boys and Girls Club, our Think Together, the contractors who provide those services. So that is responsible for a nice chunk of the run-up in 5,000 expenditures. But there have been other run-ups too that we need to kind of check on and see if we can find reductions. Any questions on kind of those two perspectives that we discussed at Budget Advisory Committee? Okay, so let's look at the guidelines for reductions on the next slide. And these were consistent. They came in from each of the different groups. There was a consensus that, as I've mentioned already, decisions should be done at the site or department level. It shouldn't be from top down. The directive should be, let's set a goal to reduce, and you guys figure out how to do that. Comments about what are we doing that we don't have to do, what's really essential, what's non-essential. There's not much we do that's not important, but really what's the priority? What is that function? Review effectiveness. We're paying for these programs, how effective are they? And we already spoke to that with the license agreements, but for other things, if you're buying product, is it being used effectively and efficiently? And then going back and looking at those recurring agreements that kind of renew every year. Can we renegotiate them? Can we maybe not get a 5% increase? You know, are there ways to kind of get reductions? Or are there other vendors that provide the same service that might be more competitive? And that could be for services that HR uses when they're looking for a staff that we can't fill. It could be for, programs, and it could be for utilities. One of the things we talked about was grants. What efficiencies can we find in our 5,000s that power our schools? And that actually is on the next slide. Redundancy of the services. I didn't mention that. Another one that came up, hire our own staff versus contracting out. We've talked about that. That won't eliminate the cost. It'll shift the cost to our salaries and benefits for our own employees. I believe there will be a delta of savings. But there'll also be a non-economic benefit because you're just not hiring out. You have our own staff and potentially reduce turnover and all. So I think that will have non-financial benefits if we can contract out less and hire more. Our trend line is going in that direction. I think most of our certificated staff were strong in that department. Our classified staff and our one-to-one aides is where a lot of that is happening now. Does the service demonstrate an impact on student achievement? You know, again, is it effective? Is it impactful? And then also, who can we bring in to support us rather than a contracted service? What are the people who are universities working on their licensing or credentials? We do this already. You know, we have student teachers, but we also have people working on their social work or their counseling hours and stuff. So we do contract with that. Are there ways to optimize that and get services provided by students who there might still be a cost, but it might be a reduced cost. So, any questions on those guidelines? Okay. The other thing I asked the groups to discuss was just about whether the committee should continue. So on the next slide, the kind of worksheet we gave on the next slide was, do you want to continue or not? Should it end or should it go on? But more importantly, what are other recommendations for the Budget Advisory Committee? For revenue generation, because that was a topic we discussed, and other areas to investigate for reductions. So the response was yes, this should go on. You know, the Budget Advisory Committee should continue next year. What I would recommend is after you have your estimated actuals in September and we've closed the books and we kind of see where all the budgeting landed, that you re-engage the Budget Advisory Committee and start up that conversation again before first interim. But more importantly, I think the really strong information we got out of this part of the conversation was revenue generation and expenditure reduction. So revenue generation, parcel tax measure came up, and we'll be talking about that in a moment. They really felt there should be a need to look into that and possibly go for a parcel tax to have some ongoing revenues. Increased facilities use with outside groups. We've done that with a license agreement at Davis. We have a track and field at Bernal and Herman. There are possibilities there. And we're actually looking at checking our facilities use rates to see if they are current and competitive and appropriate. Solar efficiency and batteries. We have the solar panels that really reduce our electricity bill, but there are new incentives. And we're also reaching end of life. And one of the things on the consent agenda was actually to evaluate how to replace the inverters that are coming to end of life and potentially what's the opportunity to put in batteries, which will save more power so that we can live off our own battery power during high peak hours. So in line with that, negotiating with the utilities and looking at grants. So the 5,000s do include utilities, and the predominant one is electricity. And more of what we use is electric, not gas, particularly with just the technology side, but also our heating and air conditioning systems are electric-based more than natural gas-based. One idea that came up for a revenue generation was looking at an education foundation. Many school districts have education foundations, nonprofits that help raise money for specific purposes. And then expanding before and after school care for fee programs. We have our base programs, and those after school and before school care actually are good solid programs that run in the black, so they don't draw off the general fund. And those have been beneficial. Is there opportunity for more of that? And how would that work with ELOP? When it comes to reductions, all right. You've heard this before, prioritize in-house hiring over contracted services, evaluate district office redundancies, assess the district print shop efficacy and cost benefit. There was a time when we were printing a lot more workbooks. Is that still the case? Is the need still the same? Efficiencies in district digital platform cost, which was very much parallel to the previous presentation as well as what we had talked about at that meeting. And then other expenditure reductions on the next slide were the one-to-one Chromebooks, reducing those in the lower grades. Maybe they're not one-to-one, maybe they're class sets. Increasing use of vans instead of school buses. Sometimes we have a school bus with only 6 or 8 students. Can we use a van, which is more efficient? And the licensing for a van driver is less onerous than the licensing for a school bus driver. So it might be easier from a staffing standpoint. Can we identify savings and reductions that will rescind currently planned layoffs? All right. Are there ways to bring back some of those services by doing other reductions? Explore school consolidation opportunities. That came up in the conversation as well. So those were some of the thoughts for both revenue generation and expenditure reduction. Any questions on those? And then I guess just final thoughts or questions, or where you think we should go with the reduction percentages and things like that. Should we explore those ideas, and we can implement them as we're planning 26, 27. We can implement those anticipated reductions in that budget, and in our multi-year, we can also anticipate them in 27, 28. So looking for feedback or direction on that specific item as I plan the budget. And then my recommendation to the board would be to continue this process with the Budget Advisory Committee. And one of the things that came up that people really would have liked, because we were trying to expand it, we had new people coming in. So if we could get it started the same way next year with a rep from every site, and then everybody starting at the same time, and you're not kind of relearning. So that was another recommendation.
I would say that I appreciate the recommendation for the percentage increase and giving it back into the ownership of the cuts to the people that are, on the ground and in the departments, and understand where things can be moved and shifted to meet those needs rather than a top-down approach. I'd rather see the bottom-up approach to any reductions as we move forward. I definitely would love to see ongoing Budget Advisory Committee, maybe in a different format. I know that we're going to have a new leader moving it forward, and so I look forward to continuing the process and kind of reimagining it so that we kind of start new with some of the recommendations for next year, maybe a blank slate. I know that we got feedback about bringing in old recommendations from prior years and setting the baseline there rather than letting the committee start afresh. And so in the next iteration, I'd like to have the representation, of course, be increased from all the sites, but let them kind of steer the ship from the ground up as we move forward.
I also want to echo what President Abear shared. I also appreciate the collective approach to budget reductions with the percentage-based reductions like path. Are you needing a direction from like how much to reduce right now from the board?
If you would have set a goal, I think the 28 million, if I pull out the ELOP, because that's just a given, we're down into the low 20 millions. And if we could cut 10% over 2 years, and we've already made a chunk of those reductions, and get it down to 20 million or 21 million, about a million, 5% this year and 5% again in 27, 28, I think that would be a goal that's realistic. We might be able to exceed it, but I think it's a very realistic one. And I do agree that you can really start from the ground up and do some analysis next year without the deadline of a fiscal stabilization plan that the county had for us. So I think that'll allow you to kind of go into a more deep dive than we were able to do last year. So I think that's also a good proposal.
In terms of like analyzing or identifying like district office redundancies, what have we done this year so far in that area?
We basically, whenever we have a vacancy or a retirement or anything, we look and say, can we not fill that position? A good example is one of our secretaries left and we reallocated the sources, the duties and stuff. We did the same with FMOT a year ago when Chief Operations Officer Gabe Altamirano left, and we restructured there to largely save that salary. We don't always save 100% of the salary because we have to distribute the labor differently. But we are always looking at that at district office. And these are one of the challenges that we face because as we have lower enrollment, we don't have as much overhead to provide the services. And unfortunately, the services are the same for LA Unified, San Francisco Unified, and Oak Grove School District, all the reports we have to fill out. So sometimes the lift is heavy there. And that's true at our school sites as well. As they get smaller, proportionally staffing all of the principal and the secretary and the custodian, those overhead are fixed costs. So it's challenging to reduce those, but we want to find out the efficiencies and redundancies.
Do the departments wait until somebody leaves before you look at those efficiencies?
No, we actually are, like, for example, in business, we're trying to figure out how do we structure our purchasing. It's become a bigger lift actually with a bond, so there's actually some more demand with a lot of purchasing and contracts and stuff going on. So how do we address that bigger demand, but also how do we fund it? Can we use bond funds in certain situations? Can we find multi-sources of funding? Can we use our restricted funds, and I've talked about this before, to offset some of those costs, whether they're at the district office, which is one example, but also ELOP. We've used our ELOP funds to help offset some of the custodians so we didn't have to reduce them as much because they're servicing our ELOP students in our programs.
Mm-hmm. That's it for right now.
It looks like we have a public comment card from Bob Prello.
Just a second while I juggle. Yeah, good evening, board. Just wanted to kind of point out a couple things as you consider fiscal stabilization, the Budget Advisory Committee and all of that. I emailed you all an article yesterday about the state of the May revise. I emailed you the updated article as we were sitting in this meeting today. It's in your inbox. But I wanted to point out a couple of the highlights from it. The governor increased Prop 98 funding from his January budget by $6.4 billion. 2.4 billion of that is ongoing funding for special education. That's a big deal. That's a really big deal. And they increased the COLA to Again, that's another really big deal. I've been sitting here part of this time trying to calculate how much that's going to come in to the district. I'm not going to take a guess at that right now. I'm going to let Mark do his thing and figure that out, but I'm anticipating substantial millions in ongoing funding and quite a few million in one-time funding in addition to that. So, I'll let him chime in with that when he gets to it. He probably doesn't have that yet because it just all obviously came out today. But I wanted to point out all of that as you consider this information. The other thing I wanted to point out is that the 700,000, close to $700,000 in savings on software licenses and things like that. A lot of that was done or at least started in the OGA Budget Accountability Project. And a big chunk of that was done by an ed tech whose position you have eliminated for next year. So if you think about $700,000 in savings that was done by an individual who analyzed what was there and found a lot of what could be saved, I want you to think about how much that costs versus a teacher's salary. And as you think about those kind of things and make decisions about that, I would also like you to think about as enrollment has declined in Oak Grove School District over the last quite a while, the number of ed tech devices that have gone into our classrooms has more than doubled, right? We have absolutely drastically increased that amount. And cutting an ed tech at this point in time, to me, does not make sense, given all that information that I just gave you. If you think about the number of Chromebooks that we're dealing with, the number of teacher devices, the number of Promethean boards, things that are being rolled out, right now, I'm not sure you're going to get exactly what you want out of that. So I just want to point out those things. And I do urge you to seriously consider what is happening with the May revise as you're making budget decisions. Thank you.
Any other board comments?
I just have a clarifying question. So I know we have like an IT department and then we have ed tech TOSAs. What is the difference between those two roles?
IT really supports the backside. Ed tech really interfaces with teachers and supports, and they actually report to ed services, whereas IT staff reports to me more on the business side. So IT is more operational and ed tech is more instructional. Is that kind of the easiest way to kind of separate those two? They Venn diagram an awful lot because they really work well together.
So is one more like hardware and the other is more like software and apps?
Yeah, one is more applications, implementation in the classroom and in the instructional side of it, and the other is kind of more the back side. We also have the technicians who just do the repairs and upkeep for Chromebooks and things like that as well.
I see. I'm curious about on the slide where it's areas for expenditure reductions. That first bullet, reduce one-on-one Chromebooks and lower grades. Can you tell us more about that? What was the conversation around that?
Just Chromebooks are a big lift to take care of and all, and just kind of keep refreshing. So the thought of, do they need to go home for all grade levels or just more of the older students? Could we also get some efficiencies if they stayed there? And I think some of it might be come out of the movement for less screen time for younger students. So I think there are a variety of factors that contributed to that comment.
I do hear, the need to save that ed tech position. I would like, after like analysis of like the May revise and what the numbers are going to look like for our district, if at the next meeting, if we can potentially bring back another position or something just based on the new numbers, I'm wondering if that's something that you could provide for us.
Yeah, we can look at that. To Bob's point, the May revise was rosier than I thought. I knew it was going to be better, but the best thing about that May revise is the ongoing dollars. I expected more dollars, but traditionally they don't give them to us for more than 1 year. So that is good. I'm hoping what you said, Luis, is accurate, because my understanding is the 5.6 billion wasn't completely reduced. It was or completely eliminated. It's down to 3.9 million holdback. So I'm going to check on that and find out, because I'd heard the governor was still having some holdback, and and there will be pushback to get that money released as well. So we may see more money coming if that gets released. And what does it look like? How is it distributed? Is it just per ADA? Is it, one time? Is it ongoing? So I think there are some positives. In the end, our kind of deficit spending is still $10 to $12 million a year. So eliminating a reduction means there still probably have to be a backfill. But these new funds, and I am trying to figure out how many millions it'll be, but it will be in the millions, will offset that deficit. And particularly helpful will be that some of that will be ongoing, coming in every year. So it'll be offset the deficit, not just once, but from here forward. So I think there's a lot to work with. And I think in the next week or two, as we listen to the school services analysis and the capital advisors analysis, and they start getting out the details of what does the special ed impact mean. And I will say that is huge. You've heard us talk about special ed, and it's a program where students need services, and it's not funded anywhere near. But to go from right now, we get a little over 900 per student, and if they go forward with the governor's proposal, that we'll get $1,340 per student. That's a huge percentage increase, which will reduce the amount the general fund has to contribute for the special ed services.
Okay. Yeah, I think it will just be really helpful for the board to know what those new numbers are so that we can really make informed decisions moving forward. So thank you, Mark, for your work.
I have another question. As we're looking through the recommendations and reductions, is there a plan to implement what is, we're already finding? Does this just, again, it's on paper? Do we have a plan for implementing what we're saying as far as, I know that we've already done the contracted services, but again, we're looking at other things on this list.
Yeah, and because there are 5,000s, we're not necessarily doing layoffs and all. There are reductions that we can do at a site or department level as they just adjust their budgets downward. Most of it was information to say these were the objectives they were set. If there are some you want us to focus on, and if you wanted to give me a guidance in budget as far as reduce this much this year and this percentage next year, because I think percentage base is a good recommendation, and site-based, department-based decision-making is also a good recommendation.
Okay. So are you recommending this board to have an agenda item to place for our next meeting so that we can come up
I don't know
with?
that you need an agenda. I mean, you can just give me guidance here as I go into the budget. Do you like the idea of the reductions, and do you think 10% over 2 years is a realistic, an achievable goal?
Yes,
Okay.
I would say your recommendation of 5%, is it 5%
This year?
and 5% next year? I think that makes a lot of
We've got
sense.
some already. So, we'll work on seeing where we can do that. And some of that we'll be looking at our contracted services, our special ed services, all of those things, and see. And then we'll also bring into play what new monies are there too that also help with the situation. So that will give me guidance in building the budget. And when it comes to these ideas for expenditure reductions, I'll take those recommendations and see where we can apply them in the next couple of years.
No, I agree with everything that was just said. I just wanted to add on regarding the grants, like looking for money, stuff like that, is from what I remember, there's not a designated person that looks for grants or has time to look for grants.
We don't have a grant writer on our staff per se. Sometimes people in a department hear of a grant and will work on one. Oftentimes that's more on the instructional side. We have school sites who do that occasionally for specific grants. But we also, for example, Verdera, who's doing the work on the inverters, is looking at the incentives for batteries. That would be their phase 2, is to look, okay, if there are battery incentives, can we get those funded through rebates and things like that, so they have minimal cost to us. So, and are there options like that from PG&E? Oftentimes we will work with people who specialize in that to get that guidance, and either we'll do the grant, but more often than not, they'll help us figure out which grant to apply for. But we don't have somebody in-house who just looks for grants specifically.
Do you think it'd be beneficial to have someone dedicated for just grants?
I'm not sure, because where I've seen it before, I don't know that it always generates the cost of that service. So if you got a big grant, yes, but I think a good example, though, is how we fund, for example, Genevieve Dorsey is overseeing the CB program, the California Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. So we're funding her partly out of that because we had a grant for that. And that's the one that will allow us to build private insurance for some of the services we provide. So we'll be looking, that will be a revenue stream that could help with our social emotional, our counseling services, particularly the ones that are really billable are our social workers and all. So, so if we can find somebody who can generate revenues from some program, we can offset some of those costs for either the person who's overseeing it, but also for the people who are generating those. We do that with our Medi-Cal reimbursements as well.
So, quick thing, Dr. Chavez, I remember having a conversation where we were planning to work in collaboration with some students at San Jose State University or other schools that we've partnered with to look at bringing resources in as, excuse me, lots of words here. Yeah, interns, bring some interns in, not just from the marketing perspective, but maybe from the business standpoint and providing like hours for them. I don't know what happened to that.
So yes, we have great relationships with San Jose State University, Santa Clara University, among other universities. We have reached out, I know, Assistant Superintendent and I introduced her to the intern, and I know there was an exchange of emails, and we wanted to work on that relationship because that's a different relationship outside of the School of Education. It's a relationship with their marketing communications, a different major. And so we want to explore that relationship. And that was the internships, because we also have internships for mental health, social workers, and we're really strong in that area for mental health social workers and where they're doing their hours here with us. Student teaching as well, resident teachers. The one that perhaps we had a conversation was around when we did not fill the position for the public information officer or, you know, for communications, marketing. So that was an idea of, hey, are there students out there that we can leverage that want to do hours here and get some experience? So we have reached out to that department. They just ended school. I think they're ending, I think graduations. Cecily's not here because her son graduated today from San Diego State University. But that is something we want to build and explore is how do we leverage students that want that experience, those hours, resume building, letters of recommendation. So,
Yeah, I mean, they have a great MBA program where we can utilize some students to do on-the-job training, things to that nature. It's, you know, win-win for both of us. They provide the hours, they get the learning experience, and then vice versa, we get the opportunities to get some more grants.
Yeah, no, thank you for that reminder. I do recall, and we did reach out. So we'll, what's that say? We'll bring it back to the top, that email. You know, we're bringing it back to the top and resurfacing and saying, hello, remember, we want to work with you. So Janae, do you have something to add?
As far as the from the communication side, there may be an opportunity. It wasn't quite the fit of what we were talking about at the time, and she sort of pointed me in the direction of a different department, the graphic design department for the for the website. But there may be an opportunity in terms of communication and public information for internship. But I think you're talking about business. From the business department, so that would be something separate, and we can reach out to our resources there and
I mean, I don't want to restrict it to just the education department and getting assistance from there, to reach out to some of the other departments and some of the other colleges that are there and see if they have internships and if they have students who are interested in internships, and if we can provide something from that perspective.
Thank you.
say something? I believe that we as trustees also have that role within our community to outreach to businesses, nonprofits, schools, and colleges, universities. And if we have those tie-ins, it's great to form those relationships and bring them in, see how they can offer support. Because now that we know the needs sitting in these chairs, I think it is important for each one of us as trustees to take that role. And so those are things also beyond asking the support of the staff here. I think we can do that individually. So, okay.
Okay. We'll move to 9.4, parcel tax survey data presentation.
Okay, thank you. Want to give you an update, preliminary data on the survey that was sent out. We'll get that screen up. I went through the data Monday morning and we had about 315 respondents. I woke up Tuesday morning and there were 612 respondents. So the data was updated Tuesday and that was good. Just an aside, as I changed from 315 to 612, basically doubling, the priorities really didn't change. And while the percentages might have shifted a little bit, they were just a matter of a few points, single digit shifts. So I'll go through those. Are we on screen, Alton, yet? Looks like it might have gone to sleep. There we go. May not be the only one. There we go. That's perfect. You can leave it right there. So there were 612 responses. That was as of 3:15 on Tuesday. And it was sent out to the Oak Grove community via Parent Square and a QR code link on the Google Forms. So, and I think we gave these out on Friday. I think you guys sent some out. So I think that might have been the reason I had to redo it. Thank you very much. But we got a lot of good information and it was nice to see more respondents. There were 5 key questions, 3 of them here. What's your relationship to OGSD? Are you a parent, a staff member, a community member, or other? Some people fell into 2 categories. We do have staff members who are also parents. The hypothetical vote, would you support a property tax? And that was broken down into definitely yes, probably yes, undecided, probably no, definitely no. We asked about funding priorities and we gave them 4 categories to rank from high, medium to low on attract and retain staff, core academic, sustaining athletic programs, and sustaining counseling and mental health. And then on the next slide, the other 2 questions had to do with the amount, $89 per month, or $89 per year, $7 per month. That would generate approximately $2.3 million for your information. $98 a year, which is $8 a month for $2.6 million per year. $138, which would generate $3.65 million a year, and $179, which would generate $4.7 million per year. And then also, how long do you think the parcel tax should last? A defined number of years, and those options were 5, 7, 9, or 11, until ended by voters, undecided, and there actually was, I think, a no answer also. But I assume those were people who were opposing parcel tax. So the next slide shows who took the survey. Of the 612, 455 were parents, 148 were employees, staff members. There are 15 that identified as community members who were not a staff or an employee, and others, which I didn't see exactly what they define themselves as, but these were relatively small in the percentage base. And while this is a good survey, keep in mind the people who are responding may not live in the district. They may not be in the boundaries, particularly a lot of staff members live in the district. Some do not, who may have filled out the survey. The other element is we don't know if they're registered voters. So it's not a very formal poll. It's really more of a survey, but I think it gives a good reflection. And if you go to the next slide, the general census was the definitely yes and the probably yes crossed that 66.6% boundary, which is good news. And that's just a cold question without any numbers applied to it.
There was one nice comment, I will always support our parcel tax for our schools. Generally in surveys, when people write a comment, they don't tend to be on the positive side, but there were a handful of them. We'll go over the other comments as well, because I think they're important for us to know. There's a large chunk of people who are undecided. So those are our voters who we might be able to sway saying, yeah, I can support that. And then there's a relatively small who are opposed to it. And this was true in the survey after our town hall, as well as this survey, that there's a percentage that are definitely no new taxes. So on the next slide, how important is it to you that funds be dedicated to the following areas? And what I've done here is I've shown each of those areas, and you can see the top one is attract and retain staff. 537 people ranked that as very important. 67 were kind of neutral, mid-range, and 8 said it was not important. Okay. Core academics, and these kind of very well parallel some of our LCAP survey results, actually. Very strong, big lead on the blue bar. Sustained athletic programs, more balanced, and then sustaining counseling and mental health, also a strong blue bar, not as strong as the first two, though. But there was a good comment here also, just need to secure funds to continue to improve student academic performance. So there were several comments that were supportive, and particularly when it came to academics. Any questions on these? What I also inserted was our town hall results on the next slide, because I think they're pretty parallel. I mean, they're not the exact same questions, but employee retention ranked the highest. Sports and enrichment and mental health sources ranked there as well. Stronger academics and direct student services, they kind of were broken up. So maybe those two together would be kind of like the second bar of academics. I'm not sure, but generally what I was finding as I looked at our town hall results from that initial survey, which was a much smaller pool, and the larger survey of 600 students, again, there seems to be continuity in what people are saying. A really important question is, what's your price point? So you'll see on the next slide that a quarter of the people would be fine at $89, 15% at $98, 13% at $138, and 32% at $179. So very large number supporting the highest level. That's our largest percentage. But if we didn't get the others to vote in there at the 179, that wouldn't be enough to carry us over. And then there was a contingent, that 15% of none at all. So, yes. No, I'd have to go back and kind of sort that data in that way out. Yeah, yeah. And I think if we go down this road, almost a pollster who would work at that level and all might provide better insight and better skill set than me. But I think, yes, or even seeing what of those yeses are parents versus staff and all of, yeah, there are lots of different ways. I just was kind of aggregating it in a very basic, simple form. The community input at our town hall on the next slide, it was a more narrow range, but 8 people were more than 100, 9 were in the 51 to 100. And again, most of the people were in that range, and that's where they were in our pie chart. There weren't very many in the lower end comparatively. So, and then the duration on the next slide, actually the until ended by voters really came out strong, and that's a nice sign. We didn't talk about COLAs or increases and stuff. We just talked about a flat number. There's a lot of people undecided, so there's probably some education necessary on this topic. 5 years was also very popular because it had a very defined ending. But I think this one definitely needs some more diving into to disaggregate it and figure out what is that sweet spot that would get the 2/3 vote. And on the town hall meeting, again, longer terms tended to be more popular in that case. So And then I wanted to talk about the comments, because as I said, most comments are not positive, because people who write comments, we don't get as many thank you notes as we do complaints. That's just the kind of human nature, I guess. But I think these are really important to look at, because they're really important to determine how we message and communicate to people about these very concerns, okay? The 4 areas of concerns were just tax fatigue, no new taxes, fiscal mismanagement, perceptions, specific funding priorities, that was actually good information because it paralleled some of our other data, and then some of the logistical concerns. And there were definitely overlaps within these comments and stuff. So the tax fatigue, on the next slide, just residents feel they're paying a lot of taxes, all right? I used AI to improve these, but I don't think I think I would change the wording, because I don't think they express strong opposition, because there were only about 40 or 50 comments out of the 600. So this is a representation of the comments, not the total number of people who were filling out the form. Concerns that once you get a tax, it doesn't go away. Maybe as you communicate a parcel tax, you say this is for X number of years. It could be extended, but that's at the will of the voters, not at the district. Equity, there was a question for millionaires and large companies to bear more burden. There also is a perception that homeowners who don't have school-aged children, they have to pay it and they're not benefiting. So that's an important communication. One, do you do a senior exemption, which is more common than not? When I spoke to one of the campaign consultants I've worked with before, he didn't know of any parcel taxes that don't have that. But the other thing I've used in parcel taxes in the past is parcel taxes improve your schools, which improve your home and its value. So that's oftentimes a selling point as well, that you might be paying $89 a year, but you're making your neighborhood attractive and appealing. On the fiscal mismanagement side, I think that these are perceptions we have to address. I mean, the reality is we have always had a positive rating from the county. The reality is Moody's increased our rating last December because we were dealing with some of the challenges of deficit spending, okay? So I think we need to communicate that, we've made improvements to our lease agreements to generate more revenues. We've used our reserves to hold us stable, and then state funds came in, just like they're doing this year. So that's when I think we need to communicate that we actually are doing a good job, and we need to work to deal with this deficit, but we are keeping our district solvent and aware that there's a challenge ahead. Accountability and transparency. I'm not sure if this related so much to fiscal mismanagement. It's just that there was an interest in having some type of oversight or way to monitor that the money is being spent directly on students. And actually, our current parcel tax is coded so that the money comes in and it's seen as where it goes. It predominantly goes to staff at this point. It funds mostly people and then some site dollars. District office focus of frustration with the perception that money benefits the DO rather than the children at school sites. Well, then we need to communicate that the focus of this is attract and retain, academic core, whatever those ones we choose are. We need to communicate that it's not a central office expenditure, it's going to sites. And then one was unfulfilled promises, that the previous tax bond promises like modernizations have not been fulfilled. So, and I think we need to communicate that. We'll be doing a presentation at the next meeting about our bond program, but we've got 3 beautiful tracks. We've got, our sites are getting modernized, but that lead time, that passed in 2022, so it takes a while to get it up and running. But I think people are starting to see it. Funding priorities, and this paralleled a lot of what we talked about in the graphs. There are a couple slides on this. Staffing and teacher pay, competitive pay, retaining high quality staff and teachers, adding support staff to help teachers. Arts, music, and enrichment. This is a very common topic for parcel taxes. I think now with Prop 28 having a funding stream for arts, we want to be careful not to double fund something. That again might be a way to communicate, look, we get $1 million a year for arts through Prop 28, so maybe the parcel tax should focus on other categories. And on the next slide, academics and intervention, which again was number 2 in popularity on the what should be funded. special education support. We have a lot of need for special ed services and a lot of students with special needs. Fortunately, we have good news from the governor on that front, and hopefully that will come to pass. And then there was a comment about facilities. In this one, parcel taxes are generally programmatic. Bond dollars are facilities. So to use parcel taxes for facilities is not typical, and I wouldn't recommend it because, again, we have a funding source in the bond. So, and then lastly, alternative funding and logistical concerns. Ideas, and these are kind of almost like an outgrowth or a budget advisory committee. What else could we do to generate revenues? Partnerships with local corporations, pursuing various grant opportunities, donation from philanthropists in Silicon Valley. I added Education Foundation because that came up in the budget advisory committee. So I think, those are things we are looking at. And then I read one comment that was about, already there are a lot of taxes and housing is expensive. This is going to add another expense to the cost of a house, whether you're renting it or buying it. And also to consider the fact that there are parcel taxes or bond dollars at the high school district or the college district and stuff. So they were worried about just the compounding of all the different entities adding to the tax bills. So while I don't think those are impossible to overcome, I think they're good to know and good to message about how we can work around those. Okay. Questions, or that's just kind of a quick overview of what's coming so far. I think the rush is there. I don't know, we might see a few more trickling in, but I think that 600 is probably the lion's share of what we'll get in our outreach.
So I also put it on Nextdoor and to our neighborhood associations. I wish a little more people would have done it, but maybe they also have kids in the district, so they are represented. While our numbers are high, we know it's an overrepresentation of people who care about education. So it's an over support. So it's not going to be representative of our voting population. I would love to see a poll conducted before our next meeting, so we have some more validity to how we move forward with the wording of a parcel tax and some of the specifics to test out. I think this is a great opportunity to start that testing, to see where we could be at with some of our numbers. If it's 89 or 98, we kind of know that there's some support for that. And I really glad that we had a great community engagement on this. It is going to be a difficult lift. I know that there's a lot of tax fatigue out there. I hear it when I'm talking to voters quite often. And there's going to be more taxes on the ballot in November. For the city of San Jose, they're putting on a measure and some other organizations as well. So we'll be competing for those limited dollars in our community. But it was great to see that we do have significant support for, I would have never thought 30% would have gone for 189, but I don't think that's realistic for the average voter, which is older and a homeowner and doesn't have children in the district. So
I would agree, and I'll reach out to one of the campaign consultants I've worked with before and find polling agencies. There's a cost to that, but if we're looking to put something on the ballot that's going to cost several $100,000 and more if the registrar's proposal gets approved by the county supervisors, then it might be a good investment to make sure that that has a very solid chance of passing.
that reminds me, that date's coming up, that hearing's coming up, correct?
I don't remember off the top of my head, for the supervisors and the registrar of voters
Yeah, I was
fees.
gonna go protest it.
So, yeah.
No, I was gonna go and speak at public comment and talk about the impact to the schools if they raise the fees, because they have the choice not to raise the fees at the Board of Supervisors.
Yeah, and
Before I forget, we have a public
Okay.
comment from Bob Frollo.
15 that I didn't get forgotten because I almost forgot about me. So, in all seriousness, we had Luis and I had a conversation the other day with Amy and Mark. We proposed an MOU around what this parcel tax would look like, things like that. We got some feedback that they think it's a little bit premature at this point, so understood. However, one of the things I think that we're going to need to do is to get OGEA members on board because we need people who are going to show up to knock on doors and, educate people about why a parcel tax should pass. So before the final decisions get made as to what the ballot wording looks like, we would appreciate, Mr. Chides, if you would reach out to us about what you think an MOU should include. We put some information out there. I'm hoping that it got shared with the board. We were looking at several things. We wanted to go toward compensation. We wanted to go toward recruiting and retaining. We wanted to go toward preserving what we consider very key academic support positions, such as counselors, and many of the positions like the TOSAs and the ed techs that were laid off this year. So I just wanted to put that out there, get that on your radar, Dr. Chides, and hopefully we can work together and figure out what an MOU would look like and what the best timing for that would be, in your opinion. So there's that, and then I just keep hearing about this educational foundation idea, and I think that should probably have happened 10 years ago. I would suggest reaching out to former Superintendent Manny Barbera or somebody like that who has deep connections to this district. So there you go.
So board, last Friday I did share that MOU with all of you. So you have that MOU that I shared with you from OGA. And this item would have to be discussed in closed session at our next meeting because it would have to be agendized under negotiations because it is an MOU essentially that the board will provide direction. So we would do that at the next closed session in June, at the June board meeting, to have that conversation. And that meeting that President Aber was talking about, the county board of supervisors, is May 19th, and where they're going to decide to increase the prices by 17% for everybody, for all measures, candidates. So I hope the county of board of supervisor does not increase because that is 17%. Because we have three seats coming up, right? Yeah, three. That means 17% for each seat plus the measure. That's May 19th. But thank you both.
What is the current cost, again, to put the parcel tax on?
The individual measure. The individual measure, if I remember, is $324,000. And so I'm assuming if it was 17% increase on each voter, there are other fees and stuff. So just assuming 17% on that would put it closer to 400. It wouldn't quite reach there, but be north of 375. Our trustee areas, because they're smaller, they're only about $18,000. So there will be an increase, but that won't be nearly as onerous.
I just have a question out of curiosity. When you listed the amount choices, how did you come to that? Like, why is it 89 and not like 90? Or
Dr. Chides, you want to take that one? You guys were.
So it was based, there was multiple reasons for the dollar amount. One is looking at the last parcel tax that we had that failed. It was 135 or 137.
Yeah, it was like double 60.
Eastside Union High School passed in 2024 by 77%, a $49 tax. And then, then we just used artificial intelligence and asked what are some lucky numbers or numbers that attract people, and 8 and 9 kept on coming up. So we're on 98, 89. That resonate with people as good luck or just numbers that are attractive to say yes to.
Yeah, we also found that like 98 isn't $100, right? Yeah, that third digit can be
off-putting. So I think we were looking for things to kind of be under certain thresholds as well.
And we wanted to keep it under one Starbucks a month.
I like the thought behind it. I don't really have a question, more, I guess, like a comment. I guess it's a little concerning to me that the district has, I guess, perception issues around like trust, transparency, and accountability. I do wonder why that's the case for some community members. And, just thinking about ways to make that better, for lack of a better word. So that's just kind of what's on my mind, like how do we overcome that perception of our district in order to get more people on board?
Yeah, I think those comments were valuable because they give some insight into the perceptions, whether they're reality or perception, and they're probably a mixture of both. So, yeah.
I think that part of it is when we're looking at a deficit every meeting and we're talking about our numbers and we're going through our budgets and we're saying we're in the hole. We're laying off teachers. But you would think that at that point, people would say, well, yes, then there is that need because we are deficit. But we didn't get there overnight. And I think that's where people start looking at numbers, and we're doing, I believe, the right thing to start going through line by line. That could have been done a year ago, 5 years ago. It's happening now. And I see that we are, as a team, pushing forward to look at, all the different things that we are utilizing and the things that we're not, and then taking them off and having some money available in our budget. And so I think the more that we share those informations, I think that's going to be something that people are going to see within the next couple of meetings, so that they can see that we are transparent, that it's not just we're spending a lot of money. I think a lot of times too, when we do the bonds and there are millions and millions of dollars that we're spending on, renovating, I don't think people always see that this particular money comes from a certain pot, that we have an abundance of money, but that it is just the bond money and it can't be used for anything else. And so I think clarity rather than not just transparency might be something that we just need to continually advocate for and share.
Completely agree. School budgets are not a user-friendly device. And I think we talked about ELOP. That's a perfect example that, look, you're spending so much more in 5,000s. Well, basically 4 million of that is a restricted fund of new money we got designated for that purpose. But that's hard for people to grasp, and restricted, unrestricted, and all. So I think one of the things, and looking at our deficit, and in the out years, say $12 million on $160 million total spending, we're talking about 8%, right? So if you think of your household budget, where can I cut 8%? It seems a little more attainable than 12 million. Because in relativity, but 75% of our budget is people, their services and support for students that are humans and their benefits. So, still 12 million is a lot of people. So I think there's a lot of communication. I think the Budget Advisory Committee, I was really pleased, and I think if we can keep that going, and maybe some of the same members, but getting more people involved, communicating out to, I've had lots of people who have seen the YouTubes and stuff I did that had said, okay, that helps me understand, some of the complexities or challenges. So I think we need to keep that kind of level of communication going to just give a little bit of instruction on how our budget works. Yeah.
And then just a quick, if you could remind me as far as our timeline, what are we looking at to have it in November?
In order to be on the ballot in November, it's early August that you have to pass the resolution because it has to be to the registrar 90 days before the election. So it's probably August 2nd or 4th or something like that. So, and that timeline is important because if we're looking at polling, my understanding polling, to get all the questions together and everything, 4 to 6 weeks. So we would be getting that information back right at our last meeting, probably. So I don't know if we'll be able to jump to resolution
by June 25th or not, or if we need to maybe have a special meeting in the summer to say we're going to go forward or not. So I'll work on getting some type of pollster engaged. And I think we do have good foundation questions that they can finesse to make it work and maybe not be less biased or however they do that. And then hopefully that will shorten the lead time a little bit because we've got some initial information for them to build their survey from.
Question, can you remind me, so you're saying to put in the ballot costs around close to $400,000?
It's going to be in the high threes from what I'm estimating if the increase goes through, low threes if it doesn't.
And remind me which bucket would it come from?
That's a general fund bucket.
And if we were to get in the ballot, doesn't pass, does that put us more in deficit?
Whether it passes or not, we'll have spent 300,000 plus. So that's why I think it'll also cost money to get a pollster, but I think we need really good data to see if we want to make that $300,000 investment.
I have one more question. I remember, I think at the last meeting, we mentioned something about some apps in regards to getting information out to parents, but then I think there was some kind of app that we were not utilizing that can get out to the community, and that's outside of just our parents, because again, we have voters that are not parents that are going to be, people that are going to be making these decisions, and how do we get that?
We have a function within our parent square, so it's not something new, it's something that we're already, it's part of our parent square package that we have. It's called community groups. And so you can send messages directly to people who are not parents of children in our district. They have to opt in. So if we set that up, we can definitely set that up, and we would have to still get communication to people to get them to opt in. But once they opt in, now we have, an email list, and that's a listserv that we can send out these types of communications. I think the challenge will be getting the word out to the community and getting them to opt in so that we have, people to send mail to.
Hey, Mark, quick question. Could we use restricted funding if we opted to put some items on there that would classify in that area?
I'd have to look into that. I can't think of one that would fit off the top of my head, but we could certainly look into that.
The books, I'm just thinking long shot, like the books that we ordered today, the $3.2 million. If we opted to get like a resupply of those, then could we use restricted funding for that? For the 300,000.
We have the minor and glider funds that are for one time, but I'll look at the language and see if there's anything there that would allow that one-time expenditure. One of the good pieces of news from the governor's budget is he was proposing $2.9 billion in one-time dollars, and now it's $5 billion. So there might be some one-time dollars coming in that, it's not in our budget yet. It would go to that instead of something else, though.
Just thinking outside the box, how we could kind of
That's exactly what we need to do.
One more question, because it's lingering in my head. If everything goes well with the May revision, I keep hearing this a lot. If that goes well, do you still find it necessary for a measure to be on the ballot?
I think it would be wise. Again, the budget, the deficit runs in the $10 to $12 million range. What'll happen is it'll fall down in the next couple of years, and it'll actually, the ongoing money will help it over the long run, but even that will not cover the $10 million. So we'll be contributing less from our savings each year and have a little more lead time, but we've still got this structural deficit. It just won't be as severe. So let's say the new money that's ongoing is $4 million and the deficit's $10 million. Well, we're still having to figure out $6 million there. So if this money is going to, say it comes in where we get $2.3 million a year, then that lowers that burden of reductions or efficiencies that we have to find to get to a natural balance. And it also increases our opportunities for retaining and compensating teachers, because that will be a pressure we have on our budget too. Inflation is still happening and it's actually growing again. So I'm sure there will be a need for our salary schedule to be looked at as we go into negotiations in the next rounds.
My question is actually more for President Abear because this is like, your work life. I guess I would like to just hear more about your thoughts in terms of like, do you think this parcel tax is still feasible?
I think it is still feasible. I think that I was surprised by the survey results. And I think for me, the crux of it will be professional polling to see if what some of the crosstabs are. Because if we're going to have an older, wealthier homeowner population that's voting in November. And we could do an overrepresentation polling of those folks because we already have our school folks represented to see if there's any kind of appetite for an additional parcel tax. I mean, I was surprised the Eastside passed, but that's on their property tax. They just passed a parcel tax for their high school district in this area. And so there is a bit of voter fatigue. You can't really tell from places like next door because that's also the curmudgeons of our vote. That's actually not representative of the regular folks out there either. So there's unfortunately by the time the voters get down to a school parcel tax, there's so much voter drop off. You're probably looking at around only 20,000 people that will decide this tax. Ready? I think that came from the teachers. Right. And so I don't know if that's how the community feels. I think that a lot of those comments were coming, that the administration was too heavy and all that. I think that the teachers did a big push to get themselves heard on the survey. So I haven't heard that out in the community that there wasn't trust in our district. I mean, we have actually when I talk to people in other districts and out there, they're always, oh my God, it's such a great district to work for. It's such a great district. You guys don't have any problem, we're not out in the news like some other districts. And so I view a high trust, I feel a high trust when I talk to people about Oak Grove School District. So I think that will be representative when we get the poll.
Do we know what the cost is associated to hire like an official pollster?
I don't know now. You might.
It depends on, we only need about 600. It could be as low as 10,000. Up to 30,000. I'm thinking 10 to 15,000. We don't need it. It's about how many questions you ask and how many people need to be representative. And I think 600 probably would be a good sweet spot for that. It is harder right now to get people on the phone or through text because of the new Apple update, and it screens out all of your phone calls. So it takes more upfront work to get that. So
I'm wondering if waiting until after the June 2nd. I'm just, because of everything just going on.
They can do a poll within a week.
Yeah, I think once we get the questions all aligned, the implementation doesn't take long. When I was talking to the gentleman I've worked with before, he said they actually do different types of polling so they can reach. They'll use phones, so they reach an older generation. They'll use texts to reach a different generation. So they have a variety of avenues to poll,
multimodal
so they
polling.
can see across age groups that may not communicate in the same way.
Yeah.
So that was good to hear, and I think I want to find a pollster that does that because I think it'll have a more representative. If they're just texting, I'm going to have a bias, or just calling is the other bias.
Well, I mean, I think in terms of direction, I think it makes a lot of sense at this point then to maybe just find a list of pollsters. I don't know, like, is that right?
And there are a couple who really focus on parcel taxes, from what I understand. I mean, again, the campaign consultant I've worked with does bonds and parcel taxes predominantly. I think some city issues too. So he mentioned one firm that I've worked with before, so and that was successful. What their data showed is what the results were. So I will check that out and see what that price point is. But yeah, to put 10% of an investment of the 300,000 to determine whether you're going to spend the 300,000 might not be a bad.
Because it might
Front.
be a timing issue too, right? Maybe we don't do November. Maybe we wait, a little time till the economy comes down. We're past the midterms. People are feeling more optimistic about the economy after, we end the war. There's a lot of, unfortunately, factors outside of our control that are impacting people's view on taxes. And so it might, depending on what the polling says, it might be, it might not just be that we don't do it in November, we just wait until there's a more appropriate time.
And to that point, one of the feedbacks I got was, what if we did a special election? Because if we do it in November, the money will arrive the following school year. But if we do it in March at a special election, it's more expensive even to do it at a special election than it is a mail-in or a special election. But you could still get the funding by the next year too. So there are options to go later. They're just more expensive options. But sometimes those votings also, you can really focus on a mail-in. You just tell the people who are voting yes. I mean, there are strategies in the campaign there too. So. I've seen it done both ways and work. It just, but you do have to kind of know your community, and that's where the campaign consultants can look at the data.
Yeah.
If you're 65 or older, and only one person in the household has to be 65, you can they
Get
can
an exemption.
get an exemption. Thank you. That's the word. Yeah. So we currently have that on our existing parcel tax, and I actually overheard somebody having that conversation with somebody saying, "Well, when you turn 65, you can call me back."
Yeah, that would be definitely a message that we'd get out to the community that there's an exemption.
Yeah.
But we do have an overrepresentation of seniors in our district.
Disagree with you.
Yeah.
They have all the homes and they won't leave.
Does that also include people with disabilities? Do you know?
There is an exemption for people on state disability, I think it is, SDI.
Okay.
Or Social Security disability. There's one other one.
Because they're also on a fixed income.
Yeah, I think, and we can opt in for that as well. There are very few people, in my last district, we had that. It was not a very big number.
Yeah.
And actually, I know a lot of seniors who go ahead and pay it because they have the means and they support the schools. But so they don't all opt out, even if they have that option.
Okay. And it's an opt-out, so it's not just automatic.
No, it's an opt out.
Okay.
They have to be
That's-
proactive.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
all right.
Thank you. We'll move to.
It's kind of in two formats. We have the Google form, but the lion's share is the parent score, so I'll share that. And again, even though there are two formats, the data was very parallel. One had 135 and the other had 455. I'll just give you the parents. Yeah, and the parent square one, I'll just share that one. It's in an Excel format. And while it's not everybody, I think it's 400 plus, and it'll give you the same deal.
Move to 10.1, correspondence and board discussion. Ready? Update?
I'll just share where I've been the past month. So April 21st, I joined the executive team on their site visit to Christopher. On April 23rd, I went to the SCOE National Bilingual / Multilingual Learner Advocacy Recognition event, and our dual immersion programs were highlighted at that event. On April 30th, I went to the Ledesma open house. I popped in real quick. They had a great like art fair happening. On May 6th, I attended the Employee Recognition Awards ceremony event at Herman. That was a very nice alternative to what we've done in the past, and I thought it was a great way to still like celebrate and honor our retirees and our teachers that have reached their milestones. On May 8th, I went to the Ledesma Carnival, and then tomorrow I will be attending the Adventure STEM SEN night. That's it.
Next. I attended the last SPED task force meeting at Santa Teresa and the SELC, which is the Special Ed Leadership Committee. Let me start again by saying all students are Gen Ed students first. If we keep that in our vocabulary with understanding and consistency in speech, we may all move towards supporting our educational services. At the task force meeting, we discussed the modifications of the handbook along with more detailed information on the special ed team and their responsibilities. At the SELC, which is one representative from each school, they share updates, needs, and highlights from their schools, such as what we do in the DEI. With unique and specific needs at every site, it's an important meeting to share and attain information. Some discussions included assessments, classroom needs, updates for IEPs, and service trackers. So we got a lot of information there. I supported the efforts of the Coyote Folklorico event at Christopher. I assisted with vestuario and costumes and dances for Los Coyotes who performed at the dual language celebration at Christopher for parents and their peers. For Cinco de Mayo event at Herman on May 1st, I assisted with vestuario and costumes and dances for Los Coyotes Folklorico, along with costumes and shoes for Ledesma, and provided backstage support. Ledesma's volunteer folklorico moms were amazing. Bravo, Rosalba Navarro. Muy bien trabajo. It was also great to meet Estela Sanchez, a mom and folklorico volunteer teacher at Oak Ridge Elementary. And again, congratulations to Jose Prado for his Benito Juarez Award. I attended the recognition award night. Wonderful to see all staff being recognized. I connected with Muwekma Ohlone tribe of the San Francisco Bay Tribal Chairwoman, Charlene Nijme, and the Chief of Staff, Matthew Ricciazzi. They shared information on a model curriculum that the tribe is developing with UC Davis on their struggles for federal recognition. Would love to have them come and just do a presentation or a meetup and just share a little bit more about the Muwekma Indians, the tribe, and so that we can learn more about them. I attended a spring fair at the County Office of Education, where students with disabilities from county programs from across the districts created items to sell. I attended the Santa Clara County School Board Association's Hoffman Awards last night as a committee member, site evaluator, and presenter. Congratulations to all the programs submitted and those who won awards. Big congratulations to the Eastside Union High School District for winning the Christy Porter Outstanding Program Award for the College in My Future program. And lastly, I know I have a lot. I have been supporting the arts program at Christopher Elementary with Mrs. James kindergarten class, also with Mrs. Piazzolla. How do we say her last name? Piazzolla? Her 8th grade class, all 29 8th graders. I've served on campus on Mondays teaching dance to the Folklorico group during PE and on Friday mornings with 50 students all together with the kinder and the 8th graders who will be participating in their multicultural program this Friday or next Friday, May 22nd at 8:30. If anybody's interested in stopping by, I hope to see families from Christopher there.
I attended the Employee Recognition Award ceremony at Herman. It's always a good time seeing people that have been in the district for very long getting recognized and getting awards. And other than that, I ran the Davis track myself, tried it out. It was pretty cool, easy on the joints. So yeah,
I was able to attend the CTA Legislative Brunch and the Santa Clara County Black Educators Awards, where Oak Grove actually had the biggest representation of all the students that were awarded throughout the county. I believe we had over 75 students that were awarded at that at Santa Clara University in their arena, which was amazing. And then my last note was today actually attended a press conference. Unfortunately, Department of Homeland Security has procured property 15 minutes south of here for a detention center. And so many of our locally elected leaders are standing up and opposing it, and the County of Santa Clara is planning to file litigation. Prevent it from opening. That is all. If we don't have any other more discussion, may I have a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting?
I move to adjourn this meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The regular board meeting on May 14th, 2026 is adjourned at 10:48 p.m. Good night.